Tonight we're not just talking history. We're diving headfirst into a chilly Andean night, so far back in time that the very concept of a spreadsheet is still a twinkle in some future accountant's eye. Imagine the crisp, thin air biting at your cheeks, the scent of damp earth and something vaguely, well, llama-ish in the air. You're high in the Andes, under a canopy of stars so bright they feel close enough to pluck, standing on the edge of an Inca village that's about to undertake one of the most remarkable, and frankly, most adorable bureaucratic tasks known to ancient civilization, a Llama Census. Yes, a Llama Census. And no, you probably won't survive the altitude without a few dizzy spells or at least a mild existential crisis about the sheer number of fluffy, spitting beasts you're about to count. Seriously, it's more exciting than it sounds, I promise. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, tell me where you're listening from in the comments and what time it is for you. Knowing that helps me feel connected to all you wonderful night owls and early birds out there. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You stand on the outskirts of what appears to be a thriving Inca agricultural center, a cluster of stone buildings nestled amongst meticulously terraced fields that climb the impossibly steep mountainside. The air is thinner than you're used to, each breath a conscious effort, and the chill of the evening is starting to set in. You pull your borrowed llama wool poncho tighter around your shoulders, grateful for its warmth. The fabric is surprisingly soft, a testament to the skill of the local weavers. As the sun dips below the jagged peaks, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet, a hush falls over the village. The sounds of daily life, the murmur of voices, the clatter of pottery begin to recede, replaced by the gentle rustle of the wind and the distant, almost melancholic, call of a night bird. You can just make out the silhouette of men moving with purpose towards a central plaza, their forms indistinct against the deepening twilight. They carry bundles, and as they draw closer, you see that these aren't just any bundles. They are Quipu, intricate collections of knotted cords. This is it. The Llama Census is about to begin. You feel a prickle of anticipation, mixed with a healthy dose of trepidation. After all, you're a stranger in a strange land, witnessing a spectacle that hasn't unfolded in centuries. The sheer scale of the Inca Empire was truly astonishing, stretching for thousands of miles along the spine of the Andes. How they managed to administer such a vast and diverse territory without written language, at least not in the way we understand it, is a question that still puzzles historians. Yet, here you are, about to witness a key component of their administrative genius. A man older than the rest with a stern but kindly face approaches you. He is clearly a Quipu, a master of the Quipu, distinguishable by the elaborate tassels woven into his own poncho and the air of quiet authority he exudes. He gestures for you to join the group gathered in the plaza. The plaza itself is a marvel of Inca engineering, a perfectly level expanse of stone, meticulously laid and fitted without mortar. Torches are being lit around the perimeter, casting dancing shadows that make the already dramatic mountain landscape even more imposing. The light flickers across the faces of the villagers, revealing a mixture of anticipation and quiet determination. You notice that many of them carry smaller Quipu of their own, perhaps family records or preliminary counts from their own herds. The air is now thick with the scent of burning wood and the earthy smell of the llamas that are slowly being herded into a large corral adjacent to the plaza. These aren't just any llamas. These are the Empire's llamas, vital for transport, wool, and even meat. They are the lifeblood of this high-altitude civilization. The sound of their soft hums and the occasional spit punctuates the gathering silence. You can't help but crack a small smile. You're about to be up to your metaphorical elbows in ancient accounting and fluffy, potentially grumpy livestock. It's certainly a unique way to spend a Tuesday night. The Quipu raises his hands, and the murmuring ceases. He begins to speak, his voice deep and resonant, echoing slightly in the vastness of the mountain air. Although you don't understand the specific words of Quechua, the universal language of the Inca, you grasp the solemnity of the occasion from his tone and the reactions of the villagers. He speaks of the importance of the llamas, of the bounty they provide, and of the need for accurate records to ensure the well-being of the empire. You notice that as he speaks, younger men, apprentices perhaps, unroll large, complex quipu from their bundles. These are the master records, the spreadsheets of the Inca world. They hang from specially constructed wooden frames, their myriad cords cascading downwards like a woven waterfall. Each cord, you understand, represents a specific category of information. The knots tied into these cords, their type, position, and number, encode the numerical data. It's an abstract system, certainly, but one of immense practical power. Historians still argue whether the Quipu only recorded numerical data, or if they also contained narratives and stories, functioning as a true written language. The lack of a definitive Rosetta Stone for the Quipu means that much of their non-numerical content remains a mystery, adding to their allure and the depth of the Inca puzzle. You can't help but wonder what other secrets these knotted threads hold. Perhaps a forgotten recipe for llama stew, or maybe even an ancient llama joke, something about a llama walking into a bar and ordering a glass of water, because, llamas are pretty hydrated animals. Okay, maybe not. The first group of llamas is gently herded into a smaller, roped-off area within the corral. They are surprisingly docile, considering the number of people and the flickering torchlight. Their large, dark eyes blink slowly, surveying the scene with an almost philosophical air. You observe closely as a group of villagers, working with practiced efficiency, begin to count them. They don't use paper and pens, of course, but a system of small pebbles, each pebble representing a single llama. As they count, they call out numbers in a rhythmic chant, and the Quipu and his apprentices begin to manipulate their quipu. You watch, fascinated, as a younger apprentice, with a focus so intense it borders on reverence, ties a knot into a specific cord. Then another, and another. The precision of their movements is mesmerizing. You realize that this isn't just a simple tally, it's a multi-dimensional record. They're not just counting the total number of llamas, they're probably categorizing them by age, by gender, by color, perhaps even by their wool quality. Imagine trying to do that with just knots. It's a testament to the sophistication of Inca organization, a system built on meticulous observation and an almost spiritual connection to the land and its resources. A particularly fluffy llama ambles past you, giving you a quick, curious sniff before moving on. You resist the urge to pat its head. You're here as an observer, not a petting zoo enthusiast, though admittedly the urge is strong. You suppress a giggle. It's an odd feeling being so utterly out of your element, yet so completely engrossed in this ancient spectacle. As the counting progresses, the rhythmic chants of the villagers and the soft hum of the llamas create a hypnotic backdrop. You notice that the Quipu is not just passively observing. He occasionally offers a quiet word of instruction to his apprentices, pointing to a specific chord or a particular knot. It's clear that he is the ultimate authority, the senior data analyst of this ancient operation. The apprentices, for their part, absorb every instruction, their movements precise and deliberate. There's an incredible sense of discipline and dedication in their work. This isn't just a job, it's a vital service to the empire, a contribution to the well-being of their people. This dedication to collective good was a hallmark of Inca society. Unlike many other empires, the Inca system, while hierarchical, was also remarkably focused on ensuring the basic needs of its populace were met. They had no money. Wealth was measured in labor and goods, and redistribution was a key principle. Your mind drifts to modern accounting practices, the sterile hum of computers, the endless rows of figures on a screen. Here, the spreadsheet is alive, breathing, literally composed of knotted threads held in human hands. It's a reminder that complex systems don't always require complex technologies. Sometimes, human ingenuity and meticulous organization are enough. You lean against a rough-hewn stone wall, feeling the cool stone against your back, and continue to observe. You wonder if anyone ever accidentally tied a knot too many, or perhaps forgot a llama. What would the ancient Inca equivalent of reconciling the books look like? Probably a very intense discussion, involving lots of pointing at specific knots and possibly some tutting. The night deepens and the stars grow even brighter, a celestial tapestry against the inky blackness. The air bites with a sharper intensity now, and you can see your breath misting in the torchlight. Yet the energy in the plaza remains undimmed. If anything, it seems to intensify as more llamas are brought forward. You realize the scale of this operation. It's not just a few dozen llamas, but hundreds, perhaps even thousands that are being meticulously accounted for. Each one represents a thread in the intricate fabric of the Inca economy. They are not merely beasts of burden. They are integral to the very survival and prosperity of the empire. One particularly shaggy llama, seemingly unperturbed by the human activity, lets out a long, drawn-out hum that sounds suspiciously like a sigh. You chuckle to yourself. Even ancient llamas probably get tired of being counted. The apprentices, despite the growing chill, continue their work with unwavering concentration. Their fingers, nimble and practiced, move with a fluidity that suggests years of training. The development of a Quipu was a lifelong endeavor, starting in childhood. These were highly respected individuals, entrusted with vital information, and their accuracy was paramount. It's a bit like being a super-powered human calculator, but instead of buttons, you have knots. Imagine trying to get your head around that. It's a fascinating thought, especially in an age where we rely so heavily on digital tools for even the simplest calculations. The Inca proved that with enough ingenuity, humans can achieve remarkable feats of data management without a single byte. It makes you wonder what other seemingly modern concepts were actually present in different forms in ancient civilizations. Perhaps they even had ancient llama jokes, like, what do you call a lazy llama? A El Lamada. Okay, that one was for me. The rhythmic process continues, group after group of llamas being counted, their details meticulously recorded on the Quipu. You notice that some chords are thicker than others, perhaps indicating a main category, while thinner chords branch off from them, representing subcategories. It's a surprisingly flexible system, allowing for a hierarchical organization of data, much like folders and subfolders on a computer. The Quipu occasionally picks up one of the completed Quipu, running his fingers along the knots, his brow furrowed in concentration. He's not just checking for errors, he's interpreting the data, synthesizing the information. This isn't just rote counting, it's a form of active analysis. The information gathered here would be used for everything from allocating resources to planning future agricultural projects. It's the ancient equivalent of a business intelligence report, but instead of glossy charts, it's a tangible, knotted record. The sheer volume of information that could be stored on a single Quipu is staggering, and the ability of the Quipu to recall and interpret it is a testament to their incredible memory and training. It's like they had internal hard drives, but powered by their brains and the tactile memory of knots. One particularly amusing moment occurs when a young llama, perhaps emboldened by the general atmosphere of diligent focus, manages to slip past a watchful villager and make a dash for freedom. A brief flurry of activity, some good-natured shouts, and the rogue llama is gently, but firmly, guided back into the fold. Even ancient censuses have their moments of light-hearted chaos, it seems. You almost expect to hear someone sigh, "There's always one." As the night wears on, the air grows colder, and the torches burn lower, casting longer, more dramatic shadows. The plaza, once bustling with activity, now feels calmer, the pace of the counting slowing as the last of the llama herds are processed. You watch as the Quipu carefully rolls up the largest of the Quipu, securing it with a final, intricate knot. This, you realize, is the master record for this particular agricultural center, a snapshot of its vital resources. It will eventually be transported to Cusco, the heart of the Inca Empire, where its data will be integrated with similar records from across the vast empire. This centralized system of information gathering and dissemination was crucial to the Inca's ability to govern such a sprawling territory. It allowed the Sapa Inca, the emperor, to understand the resources available to him, to mobilize armies, to distribute food during times of scarcity, and to plan public works projects on a monumental scale. Without this sophisticated system of record keeping, the empire simply could not have functioned. It's a profound example of how seemingly simple tools, when applied with ingenious organization, can achieve incredibly complex outcomes. You imagine the journey of these Quipu, carried by fleet-footed Chasqui runners across treacherous mountain passes, their precious cargo a testament to the Inca's administrative prowess. It makes you think about how many spreadsheets we generate in a day, often without a second thought. And here, a single Quipu represented months of labor and vital imperial data. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? Like, you accidentally hit delete on your spreadsheet, and it's a minor inconvenience. They accidentally dropped a Quipu, and it could be a national emergency. The moon, now high above, casts an ethereal glow over the silent village. The work in the plaza is winding down, the last of the Quipu apprentices meticulously checking their knots one final time. You notice the subtle shift in the air, a sense of completion and quiet satisfaction. The llamas, now fully counted and presumably cataloged in every conceivable way, are being led back to their enclosures, their soft hums fading into the stillness of the night. You're struck by the profound silence that descends once the active counting is over. It's not an empty silence, but one filled with the weight of accomplishment, a silent testament to the efficacy of this ancient system. The Quipu, the stern-faced leader, now seems to relax a little, a faint smile playing on his lips as he exchanges a few quiet words with his apprentices. There's a tangible sense of communal effort and shared success. This isn't just about numbers. It's about the very fabric of their society, the symbiotic relationship between humans, animals, and the land. The Inca had a deeply spiritual connection to Pachamama, Mother Earth, and Inti, the sun god. Every aspect of their lives, including something as seemingly mundane as a census, was imbued with a sense of sacred purpose. You remember reading about how important accurate record-keeping was for the Inca, not just for practical reasons, but for maintaining cosmic order. It's a fascinating thought that a llama count could be a spiritual act. It makes your own monthly expense reports feel a little less significant, doesn't it? Unless, of course, your expenses involve an unusually large number of artisanal llama wool sweaters. As the villagers disperse, their forms silhouetted against the moonlight, the Quipu gestures for you to follow him towards a smaller, more private building adjacent to the plaza. It's a humble structure, but the quality of the stonework suggests its importance. Inside, it's warmer, with a small, smoldering fire in a central hearth filling the air with the comforting scent of wood smoke. The walls are lined with niches, and in these niches you see more quipu, some neatly rolled, others hanging openly, their cords a testament to countless hours of meticulous work. This, you realize, is the Quipu personal archive, his office, if you will. He gestures for you to sit on a low stone bench, and you gratefully comply, feeling the chill slowly recede from your bones. He then takes one of the larger quipu from a niche, unrolls it carefully, and lays it across his knees. The firelight dances across the knots, making them seem almost alive, telling their silent stories. He points to various sections, and although his words are still in Quechua, his gestures and the subtle changes in his expression convey meaning. You understand that he is explaining the structure of the quipu, the different types of knots, and how they represent different values. It's a truly immersive masterclass in ancient data science. You feel a pang of regret that you can't fully grasp the nuances of his verbal explanation, but the visual demonstration is powerful enough. This particular quipu, you deduce, must be a comprehensive record, perhaps of the entire agricultural output of the region, or maybe even a detailed population count. He points to a thick central cord, then to several thinner cords branching off from it. He then makes a sweeping gesture that encompasses the entire room, and then points to himself. You interpret this as him explaining that the main cord represents a major category, and the thinner cords represent subcategories, much like a modern database, and that he, the Quipu, is responsible for maintaining and interpreting these records. It's clear that the Inca system relied heavily on human memory and expertise. There were no computers to cross-reference data or automated backups. If a Quipu was lost, or if a quipu was destroyed, the information could be lost forever, or at least significantly harder to reconstruct. This inherent vulnerability is one of the reasons why some historians believe that the quipu may have been primarily mnemonic devices, aids to memory rather than complete, self-contained records. The debate continues, of course, adding to the mystique of these ancient artifacts. A fringe theory suggests that the quipu might even have been used for astronomical calculations, tracking the movements of stars and planets, which were crucial for Inca agriculture and religious ceremonies. Imagine using knots to plot the trajectory of Mars. It's a truly mind-boggling thought. The Quipu picks up a small, smooth stone and taps it lightly against a knot. He then holds up 2 fingers. He then taps another knot and holds up 3 fingers. You get the gist. It's a practical demonstration of how the knots represent numerical values. It's surprisingly simple, yet incredibly effective. You can't help but think about how much simpler life would be if your bank statement were just a series of expertly tied knots. Though, you'd probably need a Quipu on staff just to understand your mortgage. He then gestures towards a specific series of knots, and his expression turns slightly more somber. He points to a particular type of knot, then makes a downward motion with his hand, as if indicating a decrease. You understand that he is showing you a period of scarcity, perhaps a bad harvest or a decline in llama numbers. This highlights the practical application of the Quipu. They weren't just for abstract record keeping, but for informing critical decisions that directly impacted the lives of the people. Faced with such data, the Inca government could then implement measures like redistributing food from surplus regions or initiating public works projects to provide employment. It's an early form of disaster relief, managed through a complex network of knotted cords. The Quipu then points to another section, where the knots are more numerous and his face brightens. An increase, a time of plenty. He then makes a gesture that encompasses the whole room, and then points to himself and then outwards, indicating the entire region. This record, you realize, tells a story of the land, its cycles of abundance and hardship, all captured in the silent language of the knots. It's a historical narrative, a statistical report, and a living testament to the resilience of the Inca people, all rolled into one, or rather, knotted into one. You find yourself utterly captivated by the simplicity and yet profound depth of this system. It's almost poetic in a way that such vital information was entrusted to such an organic, human-centric method. No batteries required, no software updates, just human hands and finely spun llama wool. It's enough to make you wonder if we've perhaps over-engineered some aspects of our own information systems. The Quipu then carefully re-rolls the Quipu, placing it back in its niche with a reverence that speaks volumes about its importance. He then turns to you, and for the first time you feel a direct, unspoken connection with him. He offers you a small, carved wooden cup filled with a warm, slightly bitter liquid. You sip it cautiously. It's chicha, a traditional fermented corn beverage, a staple of Andean hospitality. It's surprisingly refreshing, and the warmth spreads through you, a welcome antidote to the mountain chill. He then gestures towards the fire, inviting you to stay and warm yourself. You sit there in comfortable silence for a while, the crackling of the fire the only sound. You reflect on the incredible journey you've taken tonight, from the bustling plaza to this quiet sanctuary of ancient knowledge. You've witnessed not just a historical event, but a living example of human ingenuity and adaptation. The Inca Empire, often romanticized for its gold and monumental architecture, was equally remarkable for its sophisticated administrative systems, of which the Quipu was arguably the most unique and enigmatic. It defies easy categorization, challenging our modern definitions of writing and data storage. Historians still debate the extent of its capabilities, and the true meaning of many Quipu remains lost to time. It's a mystery that continues to intrigue scholars and tantalize the curious. Like, did they have a knot for "my llama ate my homework"? Probably not. You notice that the Quipu occasionally glances at a smaller Quipu that hangs by the hearth, seemingly a personal one. He runs his fingers over it, almost absently, a gesture of familiarity. Perhaps it contains his family history, or perhaps it's just a way for him to keep track of his own llama count at home. It's a little touch of everyday life that humanizes this extraordinary figure, reminding you that even master data keepers had their own small, personal records. The quiet hum of the night outside is punctuated only by the occasional distant sound of a contented llama, perhaps dreaming of lush pastures. The chicha warms you from the inside out, and the gentle flickering of the fire casts long, dancing shadows on the walls, making the niches with their neatly stored Quipu seem like ancient, watchful eyes. You imagine the countless hands that have touched these chords, the countless stories and numbers they hold. Each not a whisper from the past, each cord a thread connecting you to a civilization that, in many ways, was far more advanced than it's often given credit for. The Inca, despite lacking the wheel, iron tools, or a formal written script, built an empire of incredible scale and complexity, a testament to their organizational prowess and their deep understanding of their environment. And it all hinged on seemingly simple things: well-built roads, efficient communication, and those extraordinary knotted cords. The Quipu suddenly looks up, his gaze meeting yours. He speaks a few words, his tone gentle, and then makes a gesture towards the entrance. You understand that it is time to leave, that the night's work is done and the time for rest has come. You stand, feeling a sense of profound gratitude for this unique insight into a lost world. You thank him with a bow, a gesture of respect that he acknowledges with a slight nod and a small, knowing smile. As you step out of the warm sanctuary into the crisp mountain air, the cold hits you with renewed vigor, but now it feels invigorating, a sharp reminder of where you are. The moon is still high, casting the entire landscape in a silvery glow, and the mountain peaks seem to pierce the very fabric of the heavens. The silence of the night is absolute, broken only by the distant whispers of the wind. You look back at the humble building, imagining the Quipu inside, perhaps still contemplating the vast data contained within his knotted records, or perhaps simply enjoying the quiet warmth of his fire. It's a strange thought that the spreadsheets of an entire empire could be contained within a single room, dependent on the memory and skill of a few dedicated individuals. No servers, no cloud storage, just human ingenuity and the wisdom passed down through generations. It truly was a marvel of ancient information technology. You begin to make your way back towards the guest house, the path illuminated by the moonlight. The village is completely silent now, its inhabitants deep in sleep, their dreams perhaps filled with llamas, counting, and the rhythmic tying of knots. You reflect on the sheer trust placed in the Quipu. Their records were the basis for taxation, resource allocation, and even military planning. Errors could have catastrophic consequences. It's a level of responsibility that most modern data analysts would probably balk at, especially without the comforting glow of a monitor and the ability to hit undo. It highlights a fundamentally different approach to information management, one based on trust, personal accountability, and a profound understanding of the data itself, rather than reliance on automated systems. It's a beautiful, if somewhat terrifying, thought. Imagine if your entire country's economy depended on your ability to tie knots correctly in wool. You'd probably develop some serious finger dexterity and maybe a nervous twitch. It truly was a unique system, a testament to the Inca's remarkable organizational skills and their ability to adapt and thrive in a challenging environment. And it all revolved around those deceptively simple, yet incredibly powerful knotted cords. The cool night air feels surprisingly fresh, and the earlier trepidation has been replaced by a quiet sense of wonder. As you reach the modest guest house, a small stone dwelling surprisingly comfortable with a thick llama wool blanket already laid out, you pause for a moment to take one last look at the sky. The Milky Way stretches across the zenith, a shimmering river of stars, more vibrant and clear than you've ever seen it. It's a humbling sight, reminding you of the vastness of the universe and the tiny, yet remarkable, sliver of human history you've just witnessed. The Inca, by necessity, were astute astronomers, using the stars to guide their agricultural cycles and religious ceremonies. They saw patterns and meaning in the celestial dance, much as the Quipu found meaning in the patterns of his knots. It's a beautiful symmetry, isn't it? the macrocosm and the microcosm, both understood and ordered through meticulous observation and a profound connection to their world. You finally step inside, pulling the heavy wooden door shut with a soft thud. The warmth of the blanket calls to you, promising comfort and rest after this extraordinary night. You settle down, the soft wool enveloping you, and the images of knots, llamas, and starlit mountains begin to swirl in your mind, gradually blurring into the soft edges of sleep. What an incredibly unique experience, watching a civilization count its assets with string and trust. Almost makes you want to take up knitting, or maybe just appreciate your spreadsheet software a little bit more. You drift in and out of a light sleep, the events of the night replaying in your mind like a silent, grainy film. The rhythmic chanting of the villagers, the soft hum of the llamas, the mesmerizing dance of the Quipu fingers over the knotted cords. Every detail is etched into your memory. The thin air still feels sharp in your lungs, even in your dreams, a constant reminder of the altitude and the unique environment you're experiencing. You realize that what you witnessed wasn't just a historical anecdote. It was a living, breathing system, a testament to human ingenuity. The Inca didn't simply survive in the harsh Andean environment. They thrived, building an empire that stretched for thousands of miles, connecting diverse ecological zones through an astonishing network of roads and communication. And at the heart of it all, supporting every aspect of their sophisticated administration, were those unassuming Quipu. It makes you wonder what other ancient civilizations had equally complex, yet entirely different, methods of record-keeping that we might never fully understand. Perhaps some were carved into trees or etched into the very earth in patterns we can no longer decipher. The world is full of forgotten knowledge, waiting to be rediscovered, or perhaps simply waiting to be seen with new eyes. You vaguely remember a quirky tidbit about some indigenous Amazonian tribes using complex patterns of shell beads to convey information, a kind of tactile language for trade and communication. It really underscores how diverse human approaches to information storage can be. As the first faint streaks of dawn begin to lighten the eastern sky, filtering through the small window of your guest house, you stir fully awake. The chill of the night still lingers, but it's a dry, crisp cold, invigorating rather than bone-numbing. You get up and stretch, feeling a pleasant ache in your muscles from the long night of observation. Your eyes fall on the llama wool blanket, and you can't help but smile. Each thread, you now realize, tells a story, perhaps even contains a silent, unwritten count of its origins. You step outside, taking a deep breath of the incredibly fresh mountain air. The village is still mostly quiet, but you can hear the first sounds of awakening life. A distant rooster crowing, the gentle bleating of a young llama, and the soft murmur of voices from a nearby dwelling. The sun, still hidden behind the eastern peaks, is already casting long, dramatic shadows across the valley, painting the landscape in shades of gold and deep purple. It's a breathtaking view, one that puts the human scale of the Inca Empire into perspective. How could such a vast civilization, built across such formidable terrain, have been managed without a written language? This question has stumped historians for centuries, leading to the ongoing debate about the true nature of the Quipu. Were they just accounting tools, or did they hold literary and historical narratives, functioning as a true form of writing? The answer remains elusive, a tantalizing mystery woven into the very fabric of those knotted cords. You almost expect to see a Quipu emerge from the shadows, carrying a new set of Quipu, ready for the day's records. You decide to take a walk through the waking village to see another side of Inca life, away from the intense focus of the census. The terraced fields, which looked like abstract patterns in the moonlight, now reveal their intricate design. Each terrace is a masterpiece of engineering, designed to prevent erosion and maximize arable land on the steep slopes. You see villagers already at work, some tending to crops of potatoes and quinoa, others directing small streams of water along carefully constructed irrigation channels. The efficiency of their agricultural practices is astounding, especially considering the tools they had at their disposal. No plows drawn by oxen, no large-scale machinery, just human labor, ingenuity, and a profound understanding of their environment. You notice a group of children playing near a small stream, their laughter echoing in the crisp morning air. They are mimicking the adults, tying small knots in pieces of string, perhaps playing their own version of a Llama Census. It's a charming sight, a glimpse into the everyday lives of these people, reminding you that behind the impressive statistics and the grand empire, there were ordinary families living their lives, contributing to the collective good. It's easy to get lost in the grandeur of empires, but often it's the small, human details that truly bring history to life. You wave to an elderly woman who is meticulously sorting dried corn, and she offers you a warm, toothless smile. The simplicity of it all is captivating. As you continue your stroll, you come across a group of women weaving on backstrap looms, their nimble fingers manipulating the threads with incredible speed and precision. The colors are vibrant, derived from natural dyes, and the patterns are intricate, telling stories or representing symbols important to their culture. You realize that the very cords used for the Quipu, the llama wool, were produced and processed right here, by skilled artisans like these. It's a complete ecosystem, where every element is interconnected and contributes to the whole. The llamas provide the wool, the women spin and dye the yarn, and the Quipu uses the finished product to record the very number of the llamas themselves. It's a beautiful, circular economy, far more sustainable than many modern industrial processes. One of the weavers looks up and meets your gaze, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. She holds up a brightly colored piece of woven cloth, and then gestures towards a small, curious-looking knot in one of the threads. She then points to a nearb. Why llama, and then points to the knot again. You laugh, understanding her silent joke. She's showing you her own personal llama count woven into the fabric. It's a quirky human touch, a reminder that even in a highly structured society, there's always room for individual expression and a bit of playful humor. Maybe not an imperial record, but certainly a valid, if non-standard, way of keeping track. You give her a thumbs up, and she chuckles, returning to her weaving. You spend a little more time observing the weavers, mesmerized by their skill. The sounds of the village are gradually increasing in volume now, the gentle clatter of cooking pots, the distant shouts of men working in the fields, the happy chatter of children. You notice that even the architecture of the village, the way the stone buildings are integrated into the landscape, speaks of a deep respect for the natural world. There's a harmony here, a sense of balance that feels profoundly different from the constant clamor of your own time. The Inca were master builders, their dry stone masonry so precise that not even a knife blade can be inserted between the fitted blocks. It's a mainstream historical fact, one that never ceases to impress, but seeing it in person, feeling the cool, smooth stone beneath your fingertips, brings a new dimension to the understanding. It's not just engineering, it's artistry. You can almost feel the presence of the ancestors, their patient hands shaping these stones, building not just structures, but a civilization. You think about how much labor went into these feats of engineering, all organized and coordinated without the benefit of written plans or blueprints in the modern sense. Again, the Quipu must have played a crucial role, perhaps in tracking labor, materials, and progress on these massive public works projects. It's a tantalizing thought that somewhere out there might be a Quipu that recorded the construction of Machu Picchu. As the sun fully crests the mountains, bathing the entire valley in golden light, the village truly comes alive. The air fills with the smell of wood smoke and cooking food, a delicious aroma that makes your stomach rumble. You realize you haven't eaten since yesterday evening. You spot a small communal cooking area where women are preparing a breakfast of what looks like hearty corn porridge and roasted potatoes. The aroma is irresistible. One of the women notices you and gestures invitingly, offering you a bowl. You gratefully accept, the warmth of the ceramic bowl in your hands a comfort. The porridge is simple but delicious, and the potatoes are perfectly roasted, their skins crispy and their insides soft. You eat slowly, savoring the flavors and the atmosphere. It's a beautiful moment, a connection with the people of this ancient world, sharing a meal in the early morning light. You realize that this is what makes history truly come alive, not just the grand narratives and the famous figures, but these small, intimate moments that reveal the shared humanity across millennia. The Inca might have been master accountants of llamas, but they were also master chefs of simple, hearty mountain fare. And perhaps they even had a joke about a potato that couldn't quite decide if it wanted to be roasted or boiled. It probably ended up mashed. After finishing your breakfast, you thank the women with a heartfelt gesture and they smile in return. You decide to head back towards the plaza, wanting to see if there's any lingering evidence of last night's census. As you approach, you notice that the wooden frames that held the large Quipu are still there, standing silently, as if awaiting their next monumental task. The corral is empty now, the llamas having been moved to their pastures for the day. But the ground, though swept, still bears faint imprints of countless llama hooves, a ghostly echo of the night's activities. You pick up a small, smooth stone from the ground, one that might have been used in the counting process. It feels ordinary, yet imbued with a sense of purpose, a silent witness to the ancient ritual. It's a strange feeling, holding something that was part of a living historical event. You imagine the hands that held it, the numbers it represented, the crucial role it played in the grand scheme of the Inca Empire. This simple stone, in its own way, is a piece of history, a physical link to a world long past. It's a good thing they didn't use very small, easily lost pebbles. Imagine losing a digit on your census because a tiny stone rolled away. That would be an ancient accounting nightmare. You stand in the silent plaza for a while, letting the immensity of what you've experienced wash over you. The sun is higher now, warming the ancient stones, and the mountain air is filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. You think about the Quipu, the quiet authority he held, the depth of his knowledge. He was not just a record keeper, he was a guardia, of imperial memory, a translator of numerical realities into actionable insights. His role was indispensable to the functioning of the Inca state, a fact that historians universally agree on. Without their detailed records, the Inca would have struggled to manage their vast resources, to coordinate their labor force, or to administer justice across their sprawling empire. The Quipu, therefore, represent one of the most remarkable examples of information management in the ancient world, a system born of necessity and perfected through generations of careful practice. And you were lucky enough to witness a small part of that grand, intricate dance. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? how much we take for granted in our information-rich world, and how much could be achieved with such seemingly simple tools. It makes you wonder what else they managed to record. Maybe a list of the top 10 cutest baby llamas, or perhaps the official imperial recipe for corned beer. The possibilities are endless and endlessly fascinating. You take one last lingering look at the plaza, then turn and begin your journey back to the present. The air around you begins to shimmer, the edges of the ancient world starting to blur. The sounds of the village fade, replaced by a low hum, and the vibrant colors of the landscape begin to desaturate. You feel a gentle pull, a sense of being drawn forward, back through the currents of time. The experience has left an indelible mark on you, a newfound appreciation for the ingenuity of ancient civilizations and the enduring power of human connection, even across millennia. The Inca, with their Quipu and their llamas, have shown you that information, in its purest form, is not dependent on technology, but on observation, organization, and the human spirit's boundless capacity for creation. And for a brief, magical night, you were part of that creation, a silent witness to a chapter of history that often remains unwritten, existing only in the knots of ancient cords. It's a memory you'll carry with you, a reminder that history isn't just in books. Sometimes it's in the hum of a llama and the intricate touch of a Quipu hand. A truly unforgettable night where spreadsheets were made of wool, and the accounting was truly a hands-on experience. The transition back to your own time is a gentle one, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The crisp mountain air gives way to the familiar hum of your modern environment, the distinct scent of damp earth and llama wool replaced by the subtle aromas of your own home. Yet, the images of the starlit Andean night, the focused faces of the Quipu and his apprentices, and the gentle, inquisitive eyes of the llamas remain remarkably clear in your mind. You close your eyes for a moment, and you can almost feel the cool, smooth surface of the stone plaza beneath your feet. Hear the soft rustle of the Quipu cords as they were manipulated. It's more than just a memory. It feels like an experience deeply embedded in your being. You realize that your understanding of history has shifted, broadened by the tangible reality of what you witnessed. It's one thing to read about the Inca Empire in a book, to see diagrams of Quipu and imagine their function. It's an entirely different thing to stand there in the chill of the Andean night, watching history unfold, feeling the weight of that ancient knowledge. It really drives home the fact that history isn't just a collection of dates and names. It's a living tapestry of human experience, filled with ingenious solutions to complex problems, often in ways we can barely comprehend today. Like, imagine trying to explain Wi-Fi to an Inca Quipu. Their minds would probably melt. Or they'd just try to tie a knot for it. The lingering sense of the Andean night makes you see your own surroundings with fresh eyes. Your smartphone, your laptop, the seemingly effortless flow of information in your daily life. All of it suddenly seems less inevitable, less self-evident. You appreciate the incredible complexity of the digital tools you use, but also the sheer ingenuity of those who came before, who, with far fewer resources, managed to build and manage vast, complex societies. The Inca, without the wheel, without iron, without even a widely understood written language, forged an empire that rivaled many in its organizational sophistication, and the Quipu were central to that. They were not just data storage devices. They were tools of governance, instruments of social cohesion, and perhaps even repositories of cultural memory. Historians are still deeply divided on the true extent of the Quipu's capabilities. Some argue they were strictly numerical, while others contend they contained narrative or poetic content, acting as a true form of writing. The lack of a Rosetta Stone for Quipu, a bilingual text that could unlock their secrets, means that much of their non-numerical content remains frustratingly of reach, adding to their enduring mystery. Imagine if they had a hidden knot that, when untied, played a catchy Inca pop song. That would certainly solve the debate. You find yourself drawn to any object in your home that involves knots or cords, seeing them with a new kind of awareness. A tangled headphone cable suddenly becomes a miniature, chaotic Quipu. The shoelaces on your sneakers seem to hold a secret language. It's a silly thought, perhaps, but it's a testament to how deeply the experience has resonated with you. The simplicity and elegance of the Quipu system, born of necessity and perfected over centuries, is a stark contrast to the often overwhelming complexity of modern data management. Think about the energy consumption of a single server farm, processing and storing vast amounts of data. The Inca's system, relying on skilled human labor and readily available natural materials, was inherently sustainable. It was a low-tech solution to a high-stakes problem, and it worked brilliantly. You recall the image of the Quipu running his fingers along the knots, interpreting the data with an almost tactile understanding. It wasn't about algorithms or data points on a screen. It was about a direct, physical engagement with the information. It makes you wonder if we've lost something in our relentless pursuit of digital efficiency, that intimate connection to the data itself. Perhaps there's a certain wisdom in the slow, deliberate process of tying a knot, a moment of reflection embedded in each piece of information. The more you reflect on it, the more you marvel at the Inca's administrative prowess. Managing an empire that spanned diverse climates from arid coastlines to towering mountains and encompassed a multitude of different ethnic groups was an astonishing feat. The Quipu allowed them to keep track of population demographics, agricultural yields, tribute payments, labor allocations for public works, and even military movements. They were the backbone of the Inca's command economy, enabling the state to efficiently collect and redistribute resources, ensuring that no region starved even during times of local crop failure. It was a centrally planned system, but one that was remarkably responsive to local conditions, thanks to the constant flow of information facilitated by the Quipu and the network of Chasqui runners. You recall the sense of quiet authority emanating from the Quipu, the profound trust placed in his ability to accurately record and interpret these vital statistics. It really puts the pressure on, doesn't it? Imagine being solely responsible for the imperial Llama Census, with no undo button. You'd probably triple-check every single knot, and then check it again, just to be safe. It highlights a system built on incredible personal responsibility and the meticulous training of specialized individuals. A far cry from today's distributed and often anonymous data collection methods. You find yourself searching online for more information about Quipu, a thirst for knowledge sparked by your recent journey. You learn about the various types of knots, single knots, long knots, and figure-8 knots, each representing different numerical values or potentially different categories of information. You read about the different colors of the cords, which might have signified different types of goods, or different regions, or even different time periods. It's a complex, multi-layered system, and the more you learn, the more you appreciate the incredible intellectual effort that went into its development and maintenance. The scholarly debate about their narrative capabilities continues to fascinate you. If the Quipu truly did encode stories and historical events, then the loss of that knowledge is one of the greatest intellectual tragedies in human history. Imagine a library of knotted records, each one a unique chronicle of a lost civilization. It's a thought that sends a shiver down your spine, a poignant reminder of the fragility of knowledge and the importance of preservation. It's like discovering a new form of ancient emoji, but without the key to decode it. Frustrating, yet endlessly intriguing. A quirky fringe theory you stumble upon suggests that the Quipu might have been used not just for static record keeping, but as a form of interactive communication, perhaps even allowing for real-time data updates. Imagine a Chasqui runner carrying a Quipu, and as he travels, he ties new knots to reflect changing conditions on the ground. A new harvest, a sudden rainfall, a herd of llamas moving to new pastures. It's an interesting thought, pushing the boundaries of how we typically think about ancient information systems. While there's no definitive proof, it speaks to the boundless possibilities and the enduring mystery surrounding these remarkable artifacts. It's like an ancient version of a real-time tracking system, but instead of GPS, you have a very skilled run. And a very well-tied knot, and probably a lot of sweating from the runner. It certainly adds another layer to the already complex picture of Inca administrative genius. The mainstream historical fact that the Inca road system, the Quipu, spanned over 40,000 kilometers and connected the entire empire, is incredible on its own. But when you combine it with the efficient Quipu system, you start to see how such a vast territory could be effectively governed and managed. It was a sophisticated logistics network, powered by human muscle and knotted cords. You get up and walk to your window, looking out at the familiar landscape of your own neighborhood. The streetlights cast a soft glow, and a car drives by, its headlights cutting through the night. It's a world away from the starlit Andean village, from the silent procession of llamas and the diligent Quipu. Yet the connection remains. The fundamental human need to organize, to count, to understand our world transcends time and technology. Whether it's a digital spreadsheet calculating your monthly budget or a Quipu recording the number of llamas in an ancient empire, the underlying impulse is the same: to bring order to complexity, to make sense of the world around us. And in that shared human endeavor, there's a quiet beauty, a timeless thread that connects us all. You can almost hear the soft hum of those ancient llamas, a faint echo across the centuries, reminding you of the night you spent witnessing a truly unique form of ancient accounting. It makes you wonder if, in some parallel universe, there's a llama using a spreadsheet to manage its herd of humans. Now that would be a census to behold. Probably a lot of knots about how many humans need brushing. As the memory of the Andean night slowly recedes, becoming a cherished, vivid dream rather than a tangible presence, you feel a sense of contentment. You've had a truly unique historical immersion, one that has not only expanded your knowledge, but also deepened your appreciation for the sheer breadth of human ingenuity. The Inca and their Quipu stand as a testament to the fact that innovation is not limited by technology, but by imagination and necessity. They built an empire, managed its resources, and kept its records with a system that, to our modern eyes, seems impossibly simple, yet was remarkably effective. It's a reminder that sometimes the most elegant solutions are the ones that are deeply attuned to their environment and their human users. And as you finally settle back into the rhythm of your own time, you carry with you the quiet hum of those ancient llamas, a whispered reminder of a night spent counting, not just numbers, but the very essence of a lost civilization. A night where spreadsheets were made of wool and every knot told a story. What a wonderful, strange journey it was. You almost wish you could go back and help them double-check a knot, just for the sheer historical geekery of it. The lingering echoes of the Andean night have settled into a quiet hum in your mind, like a sustained note from a forgotten melody. You find yourself noticing patterns more, the subtle ways in which information is organized in your own daily life, and how often those patterns rely on unseen structures. It's a bit like suddenly seeing the Matrix, but instead of green code, it's all the hidden Quipu of modern existence. You realize how much we take for granted the digital infrastructure that underpins everything, from our banking to our communication. The simplicity and tangible nature of the Inca Quipu, by contrast, feel almost revolutionary in their humbleness. They were right there, physical objects, their information accessible to those who understood the code of knots, yet profoundly mysterious to outsiders. This duality of immediate tangibility and inherent secrecy is part of their enduring fascination. It's like having a secret handshake with numbers, but also a very effective public record. And speaking of public records, imagine the bureaucracy involved in getting a new llama registered in the Inca system. Probably had to fill out a whole Quipu. The memory of the Quipu and his focused precision continues to resonate. His role wasn't just about recording numbers. It was about interpreting them, understanding the stories they told about the land, the people, and the empire's resources. He was a data scientist, a historian, and an economist all rolled into one, his tools deceptively simple yet profoundly powerful. This emphasis on skilled human interpretation rather than automated processing is a striking difference from modern data analytics. We rely heavily on algorithms to find patterns and make predictions, often without fully understanding the underlying data or the nuances of its collection. The Inca system, by contrast, put human expertise and contextual understanding at its very heart. It wasn't just what the knot said, but what the Quipu understood about W. Hat the knot said. It's a fascinating scholarly debate among historians about the true extent of the Quipu interpretive power. Were they just transcribing, or were they truly analyzing and contributing to policy? The mystery only deepens the intrigue. You can almost hear them debating it in a very polite, academic way, perhaps over a cup of chicha. You wonder about the process of training a Quipu. It must have been a rigorous and lengthy apprenticeship, starting from a young age. Imagine learning to differentiate between countless types of knots, to recognize their specific positions and meanings, to recall vast amounts of data from memory, and to interpret complex numerical relationships purely by touch and sight. It's a skill that seems almost superhuman in its demands. This level of specialized knowledge meant that the Quipu held a position of immense prestige and power within Inca society. They were the keepers of knowledge, the living libraries of the empire. This dependence on individual expertise also highlights a vulnerability. What happened when a master Quipu died, taking their unique interpretive skills with them? While there were undoubtedly apprentices to carry on the tradition, the nuances of individual interpretation could still be lost. It's a very human system, with all the strengths and weaknesses that come with it. It's a bit like having all your company's financial records stored only in the brain of one very smart, very busy person. You'd probably want a backup, or at least a very good training program. The enduring mystery of the Quipu's non-numerical content is perhaps the most captivating aspect for you. The idea that these knotted cords might contain not just figures, but narratives, poems, laws, or even historical chronicles, opens up a whole new dimension of understanding. If they were indeed a form of true writing, then their decipherment would revolutionize our understanding of the Inca civilization, providing direct insights into their worldview, their mythology, and their daily lives. But without a key, without a bilingual text to crack the code, the Quipu remains stubbornly silent on these deeper levels. It's like having an incredibly intricate, beautifully crafted book, but not knowing the language it's written in. The frustration is palpable, yet the possibility keeps the academic world buzzing. A quirky theory posits that specific knot patterns might have represented sounds or syllables, essentially creating a phonetic script. It's a long shot, but it speaks to the tantalizing potential. You can almost imagine an ancient Inca storyteller reciting epic tales, tracing his fingers along a quipu, each knot bringing a new character or plot twist to life. A very literal cliffhanger, perhaps. The sheer scale of the Inca Empire's reliance on this system is mind-boggling. Imagine a modern global corporation trying to operate without computers, without a shared digital platform, relying entirely on physical records, carried by human runners and interpreted by highly specialized individuals. It seems impossible, yet the Inca did it, and did it successfully for centuries. This speaks volumes about their organizational genius, their discipline, and their ability to innovate within the constraints of their environment. The widespread road network, the Quipu Nyan, which facilitated the rapid movement of these quipu and the runners who carried them, was itself a monumental achievement. It was the internet of the Inca world, connecting vast distances and ensuring the timely flow of crucial information. The mainstream historical fact of the Chasqui runners being able to carry messages up to 240 kilometers a day, traversing incredibly challenging terrain, is a testament to the physical and organizational capabilities of the empire. It's like an ancient version of Amazon Prime, but with human delivery instead of drones, and probably a lot less complaining about delayed packages. You find yourself wondering about the daily life of an ordinary villager in the Inca Empire. How did they interact with the Quipu system? Did they understand its complexities, or was it something handled entirely by the specialized Quipu Kamyak? It seems likely that most people had a general understanding of the importance of the records, particularly as they related to agricultural quotas and labor obligations, but the intricate details would have been beyond the purview of the average citizen. It highlights the hierarchical nature of Inca society, where specialized roles were crucial for the functioning of the state. Yet there was also a strong sense of communal responsibility, and the benefits of the system, such as the redistribution of food during scarcity, were felt by everyone. It was a complex balance, a blend of centralized control and communal welfare. It's a subject of ongoing scholarly debate, how much individual autonomy existed within such a tightly structured society. Eddie, were they truly content, or was there an underlying current of quiet resentment for the ever-present imperial gaze, even if that gaze was only a series of knots on a cord? The sheer volume of llamas you witness being counted still impresses you. Each animal, a vital cog in the imperial machine, its existence noted, its characteristics recorded. It's a reminder of the fundamental importance of animals in pre-industrial societies, not just as sources of food or labor, but as living assets, carefully managed and accounted for. The Inca's relationship with the llama was symbiotic, a partnership that enabled both to thrive in the high altitudes of the Andes. They were more than just livestock. They were companions, essential for transport across the treacherous mountain passes, their wool providing warmth and their meat sustenance. This deep interdependence is a far cry from our often detached relationship with the food and resources we consume today. There's a certain respect inherent in the Inca's census, a recognition of the llama's crucial role in their survival. You can almost imagine the llamas themselves feeling a sense of importance, strutting a little more proudly after their numbers were officially recorded. Yes, I am Llama 7, and I am very important for wool production. Thank you very much. As the sun begins to set outside your window, painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink, you feel a profound sense of connection to that ancient world. The experience of the Llama Census has transformed a historical fact into a living memory, a tangible piece of the past that you now carry within you. It's a reminder that history isn't just about grand events or famous figures. It's about the ingenious ways ordinary people adapted to their environments, organized their societies, and built incredible civilizations using the tools at hand. The Quipu, those humble yet powerful knotted cords, stand as a testament to that enduring human spirit of innovation and the timeless need to understand and manage our world. It's a truly beautiful thought, isn't it? That a single night spent watching the counting of fluffy, spitting animals could unlock so many layers of understanding about a lost empire. It just goes to show, you never know what kind of historical adventure awaits you, even in the most unexpected places. And now, you'll never look at a knot the same way again. It's either a simple tie or it's hiding the secrets of a vast empire. The scent of morning coffee fills your home, a comforting anchor after your mental journey to the high Andes. But even as you sip your drink, the phantom chill of the mountain air and the soft hum of llamas linger, a testament to the vividness of your historical immersion. You find yourself pondering the incredible efficiency of the Inca communication network, which relied entirely on human runners and those knotted Quipu. In an age of instant messaging and global connectivity, it's mind-boggling to think about how quickly and accurately information traveled across vast distances without any form of electronic transmission. The Chasqui runners, often romanticized as super athletes, were indeed vital. They traversed treacherous terrain, passing Quipu and verbal messages from one relay station to the next, ensuring that vital imperial data reached Cusco, the capital, in a remarkably short time. This was the ancient world's version of fiber optics, but with significantly more muscle power and considerably less fiber. It really puts your morning commute into perspective, doesn't it? Imagine your boss expecting you to run messages across mountain ranges just to hand in a report. You remember reading about a fringe theory that suggested the Chasqui runners might have also carried small, personal Quipu of their own, perhaps as a mnemonic aid for their verbal messages, or even as a way to keep track of their personal belongings during their long, arduous journeys. While purely speculative, it adds a layer of humanity to these figures, reminding us that even imperial couriers had their own small, practical needs. It also highlights the versatility of the Quipu, a system that could be scaled from grand imperial records down to individual, personal use. This flexibility is a remarkable feature for any information management system, ancient or modern. The mainstream historical fact that the Inca had no formal currency, relying instead on a system of labor tribute and the redistribution of goods, underscores the absolute necessity of accurate Quipu records. Without them, how could they track who owed what labor or what goods were due from each region? The Quipu were, in essence, the empire's ledger, its inventory, and its payroll all rolled into one. It's a financial system powered by knots, which sounds both utterly brilliant and slightly terrifying if you're an auditor. The quiet, focused intensity of the Quipu in his archive, surrounded by the silent stories held within the knotted cords, has left a profound impression on you. He was more than just a clerk. He was a living library, his mind a vast repository of numerical and potentially narrative data. This deep integration of human memory and physical record-keeping is a defining characteristic of the Quipu system. It wasn't about offloading information entirely onto an external device. It was about enhancing and extending human cognitive abilities. The knots acted as triggers for memory, allowing the Quipu to recall and reconstruct vast amounts of information that would otherwise be impossible to retain. This human-centric approach stands in stark contrast to our modern reliance on machines to store and retrieve data, often leading to a diminished reliance on our own memory and cognitive processing. Perhaps there's a lesson there for our own information-saturated age. Sometimes, the most effective tools are those that work with our human capabilities, rather than replacing them entirely. And who knows, maybe their knots also help them remember where they left their alpaca. The ongoing scholarly debate about the narrative capabilities of the Quipu continues to fascinate you. If they did indeed encode stories, laws, or historical accounts, then the potential for rediscovering the Inca voice, unfiltered by Spanish chroniclers, is immense. Imagine reading an Inca epic poem, translated directly from a Quipu. It would be a revelation, offering an unparalleled insight into their worldview and literary traditions. The biggest hurdle, of course, is the lack of a decipherment key. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs with the Rosetta Stone, or Mayan glyphs with their eventual breakthrough, the Quipu remains stubbornly enigmatic on this front. It's a tantalizing mystery that continues to fuel research and speculation. A particularly quirky theory even suggests that certain Quipu might have been astronomical charts, with the knots representing constellations or planetary movements. While highly speculative, it speaks to the intellectual openness and curiosity of researchers grappling with these ancient artifacts. You can almost picture an Inca astronomer, surrounded by Quipu, charting the heavens, his telescope made of knotted wool. It's a charming image, full of ancient wonder. You find yourself drawn to the idea of a world where information is tactile, where data can be felt with your fingertips. In our digital age, information is often ephemeral, intangible, existing as glowing pixels on a screen. The Quipu, by contrast, were physical objects, tangible representations of knowledge. You could hold them, feel their weight, trace the path of their cords with your fingers. There's a certain intimacy to that, a direct connection to the information that is largely absent in our modern interactions with data. This tactility might have also played a role in the learning and memorization process for the Quipu. The physical act of tying and untying knots, the feel of the different cord textures and knot types, would have reinforced the mental connections and aided in recall. It's almost like a form of ancient haptic feedback, guiding the hands and the mind. It makes you wonder if we're missing out on some deeper cognitive engagement with our data by making it so purely visual and abstract. Perhaps we need more tangible spreadsheets, ones we can actually feel. Though, trying to carry a wool spreadsheet around might be a bit cumbersome. The memory of the peaceful, industrious village in the early morning light brings a sense of calm. The self-sufficiency of the Inca communities, their ability to produce all the necessities of life through their own labor and ingenuity, is truly remarkable. The terraced fields, the intricate irrigation systems, the skilled weavers. Every aspect of their society was meticulously organized to maximize productivity and ensure the well-being of the collective. The Llama Census, in this context, was not just an act of bureaucratic record-keeping. It was an act of communal stewardship, a way of ensuring the long-term sustainability of their resources. It speaks to a profound understanding of their environment and a deep respect for the interconnectedness of all things. This mainstream historical fact of their sustainable agricultural practices, particularly the use of terracing and advanced irrigation, is a testament to their foresight and ecological awareness. They understood the delicate balance of their mountain environment and worked with it, rather than against it. It's a lesson that remains highly relevant in our own time, as we grapple with environmental challenges. Maybe we need more llama farmers and fewer algorithms for our sustainability goals. You close your eyes and imagine the vast Inca road network, stretching like veins across the mountains and valleys, carrying not just goods and people, but also the vital flow of information encoded in the Quipu. It was a physical manifestation of their centralized administrative power, an infrastructure built to connect and control an empire that spanned diverse ecological zones. The efficiency of this system allowed the Sapa Inca, the emperor, to exert control over distant regions, to mobilize armies, and to respond quickly to crises, whether it was a local crop failure or a distant rebellion. The Quipu were the data that powered this vast machine, providing the intelligence needed for informed decision-making at every level of government. And all of this, without a single written word in the way we understand it. It's a testament to the fact that intelligence and organizational prowess can manifest in countless forms, not just the ones we're most familiar with. It truly redefines what advanced means in the context of ancient civilizations. It's like they were playing chess on a continental scale, and the Quipu were their moves, and probably also their scorecards. As the day progresses, and the world outside your window goes about its modern rhythms, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for the journey you've just taken. It's a reminder that history is not just something to be studied, it's something to be experienced, even if only in the mind's eye. The Inca Llama Census, a seemingly obscure event, has opened up a window into a truly remarkable civilization, challenging your preconceptions and expanding your understanding of human potential. You carry with you the quiet wisdom of the Quipu, the resilience of the villagers, and the enduring mystery of those knotted cords. It's a historical tale that continues to unfold in your imagination, a testament to the fact that the past is never truly gone. It simply waits for us to listen, to observe, and to imagine. And sometimes, it just takes a simple story about counting fluffy animals to unlock a whole new world. You wouldn't trade that experience for all the spreadsheets in the world, unless those spreadsheets contained hidden llama jokes, of course. The quiet hum of your daily life feels subtly different now, imbued with a faint, almost imperceptible echo of the Andean wind and the soft rustle of knotted cords. The mental journey to the Inca Empire has altered your perception, making you more attuned to the intricate, often invisible, ways information is structured and transmitted in both ancient and modern worlds. You find yourself contemplating the sheer scale of the Inca Empire's logistical challenges. Feeding, clothing, and organizing millions of people across a vast and geographically diverse territory, without the benefit of wheeled vehicles or advanced metallurgy, was an astonishing feat. And at the heart of this complex logistical ballet were the Quipu. They weren't just for counting llamas. They were the central nervous system of the empire, transmitting vital data that allowed for efficient resource allocation, labor management, and even military strategy. It's almost like they had an ancient, organic supercomputer, powered by human ingenuity and knotted wool. And instead of error messages, you probably got a very disappointed look from the Quipu if you messed up. You recall the impression of profound trust that permeated the Llama Census. The villagers trusted the Quipu to accurately record their contribution to the imperial economy, and the Quipu held the immense responsibility of providing reliable data to the central government. This system relied heavily on personal integrity and meticulous attention to detail, a stark contrast to our often impersonal digital data collection methods. Historians still debate the extent to which checks and balances existed within the Quipu system to prevent fraud or error. While there's evidence of regular audits and comparisons between different Quipu, the ultimate reliance was on the skill and honesty of the Quipu themselves. This level of trust in individual expertise is a fascinating aspect of Inca administration. It's like having your entire country's tax returns handled by one very dedicated and presumably incorruptible person. You'd probably want to send them a lot of chicha for their efforts. A quirky fringe theory suggests that the Quipu might have been used in conjunction with a form of oral tradition, where the knots served as mnemonic devices to prompt the speaker's memory during public recitations of histories, laws, or census data. This would explain why no written key has ever been found. The true meaning lay not just in the knots themselves, but in the accompanying spoken narrative. It's a fascinating concept, blending the tactile with the auditory, creating a multi-sensory information system. Imagine a grand imperial pronouncement, not read from a scroll, but recited with the Quipu tracing their fingers along a complex Quipu, each knot unlocking a new phrase or piece of data. This would add a layer of performance and ritual to the dissemination of information, making it far more engaging than simply reading a dry report. It's like a live podcast, but with knots instead of sound files, and probably less ad breaks. The sheer organizational genius of the Inca is a mainstream historical fact that never ceases to impress. Their ability to manage a vast empire without a formalized written language, in our sense, money or wheeled vehicles, truly sets them apart. Their success lay in their sophisticated social structures, their meticulously planned infrastructure, and crucially, their robust system of information management through the Quipu. These knotted cords allowed the central government to understand the empire's resources at a granular level, enabling them to make informed decisions about everything from military mobilization to famine relief. It was a remarkably adaptive and resilient system, perfectly suited to the unique challenges of the Andean environment. It makes you think about how many modern corporations could learn a thing or two from the Inca about efficiency and resourcefulness. Perhaps they should replace their endless PowerPoints with a few well-tied Quipu. You contemplate the sensory experience of interacting with a Quipu, the feel of the spun llama wool, the texture of the different knots, the way they would have felt in the hands of the Quipu. It was a system built on touch, on tactile memory, on the physical engagement with data. In a world saturated with visual information, this emphasis on the tactile is a refreshing thought. It makes you wonder if our brains process information differently when it's experienced physically, rather than just visually. Perhaps there's a deeper level of engagement, a more profound connection to the knowledge itself. Imagine trying to explain to an ancient Inca that your entire library of books exists as light on a screen, and that you can't actually touch the words. They might think you're a bit mad, or perhaps that you're just very, very lazy, and they'd probably be right on both counts. The ongoing scholarly debate about the precise purpose and capabilities of the Quipu continues to simmer in your mind. The question of whether they encoded narrative information remains the holy grail of Quipu research. If a way to decipher them were ever found, it would be akin to discovering an entirely new ancient literature, a direct window into the Inca worldview that has been closed for centuries. This mystery is what makes them so compelling, a tantalizing puzzle that scholars continue to chip away at, often using modern statistical analysis and computer modeling to look for hidden patterns in the knots. It's a testament to the enduring power of historical enigmas, the human urge to unlock the secrets of the past. You can almost picture a team of dedicated researchers, surrounded by thousands of Quipu, muttering "Eureka" as they finally crack the code. And then perhaps celebrating with some historically accurate corned beer. You think about the role of humor in ancient societies, even in the midst of serious administrative tasks. The small human moments you observed during the Llama Census, the escaping young llama, the weaver's knotted joke, remind you that people were still people, even millennia ago. They had their routines, their responsibilities, but also their moments of levity and shared humanity. This lightheartedness, even in the face of complex duties, is a comforting thought. It humanizes the past, making it feel less distant and more relatable. It reminds you that laughter, too, is a universal language, transcending time and culture. And you can bet that somewhere in the Inca Empire, there was a Quipu who had a secret knot for "this meeting could have been an email." Or rather, this meeting could have been a very short Quipu. As evening descends once more, and the soft glow of your lamps illuminates your space, you feel a quiet satisfaction. The journey to the Inca Llama Census has been more than just an intellectual exercise. It's been an emotional and imaginative one. It has broadened your understanding of what's possible, challenging your assumptions about how societies can be organized and how information can be managed. The Inca, with their woolly spreadsheets and their human-powered internet, stand as a powerful reminder of human ingenuity and resilience. They built an empire on trust, meticulous observation, and the remarkable power of a well-tied knot. And now, you'll carry a piece of that ancient wisdom with you, a quiet appreciation for the hidden structures that shape our world, and perhaps a lingering desire to tie a really good knot yourself, just in case you ever need to count some hypothetical llamas. The morning light streams through your window, but your mind is still traversing the invisible threads of the Inca Empire, specifically the remarkable economic system that those Quipu underpinned. You've seen how they counted llamas, but that was just one facet of a much larger, intricate web of resource management. The Inca operated a highly centralized command economy, completely devoid of currency or markets in the traditional sense. Instead, wealth was measured in labor and goods, and the state meticulously managed their production and distribution. This unique economic model relied entirely on the accurate collection and interpretation of data, and that, of course, meant the Quipu. It's like they had a giant, empire-wide inventory management system, but instead of barcode scanners, they had skilled human eyes and nimble fingers, and probably a lot less out-of-stock notifications. You recall the mainstream historical fact that the Incas' redistribution system was key to their stability. During times of localized famine or natural disaster, the state could draw upon its vast reserves, which were meticulously recorded on Quipu from other regions, to provide relief. This sophisticated system of mutual aid, orchestrated by centralized planning, was remarkably effective in preventing widespread hardship. It wasn't just about collecting tribute. It was about ensuring the well-being of the entire populace, a truly remarkable social contract for an ancient empire. The Quipu were the backbone of this system, providing the real-time data needed to make these critical decisions. Imagine trying to manage such a complex system without any numerical records, relying purely on memory or anecdotal reports. It would be chaos. It highlights how utterly essential the Quipu were, not just for power but for survival. Like, your ancient disaster relief organization runs on knots, no pressure. The profound trust placed in the Quipu continues to be a point of fascination. These individuals were not just record keepers. They were economic advisors, statisticians, and in many ways the unheralded heroes of Inca stability. Their integrity and accuracy were paramount, for upon their records rested the welfare of millions. Historians still debate the mechanisms of their training and the specific checks and balances employed to ensure accuracy. While direct supervision by higher-ranking Quipu and cross-referencing with other records likely occurred, the fundamental reliance on individual skill and honesty remains striking. It's a system built on reputation and meticulous practice, rather than automated verification. A quirky tidbit suggests that some Quipu might have developed their own idiosyncratic signatures in their knot tying, a subtle way of marking their work and ensuring accountability. It's like a personalized font for your spreadsheet data, but tied in wool. You find yourself wondering about the daily life of a llama in the Inca Empire. Were they aware of their economic significance? Did they have their own internal non-knotted system for counting their fellow fluffy creatures? Probably not, but it's a fun thought. The Incas' deep respect for their animals, especially the llamas and alpacas, was a practical necessity and a cultural cornerstone. These animals provided wool, meat, and vital transportation across the rugged Andean terrain. The Llama Census wasn't just a tally. It was an act of acknowledging these crucial partners in the empire's success. The health and productivity of the llama herds directly impacted the well-being of the Inca people, making their meticulous counting not just a bureaucratic task, but a vital aspect of national security. Imagine a nation's prosperity being directly tied to the accurate counting of its fluffy, sometimes spitting, livestock. It adds a certain charm to macroeconomic policy, doesn't it? The concept of wealth in the Inca system is another aspect that deeply resonates. Without currency, accumulated wealth wasn't about gold or silver coins, but about control over labor and resources. A powerful curaca, local chief, wasn't rich because he had a vault full of gold, but because he could command a large labor force and contribute abundant goods to the imperial storehouses. The Quipu, by meticulously tracking these contributions and distributions, were the ultimate symbols and instruments of wealth and power. They were the visible manifestation of the empire's economic might. This fundamentally different approach to economics challenges many of our modern assumptions about value and exchange. It's a reminder that there are many ways to build and manage a prosperous society, and not all of them involve banknotes or digital transactions. It makes you wonder if our current system is truly the most efficient, or if we've just forgotten some ancient wisdom. You consider the scholarly debate surrounding the potential for Quipu to record historical narratives. If they did, then the economic records you witnessed would be interwoven with stories of the harvests, the droughts, the celebrations, and the challenges faced by the communities. This integration of data and narrative would create a much richer, more holistic understanding of Inca life than purely numerical records. Imagine a single Quipu telling you not just how many potatoes were harvested, but also the story of the family who harvested them, the songs they sang, and the prayers they offered for a good yield. This fusion of fact and story is a captivating possibility, adding another layer to the enigma of the Quipu. It's like your spreadsheet also writes your autobiography. A very efficient, yet potentially very boring autobiography, unless you count a lot of llamas. The idea of spreadsheets in the ancient world, meticulously crafted from wool and knots, remains a powerful image. It breaks down our modern assumptions about technology and complexity. The Inca demonstrated that sophisticated data management is not inherently dependent on microchips and algorithms. It's dependent on human intelligence, organizational skill, and a deep understanding of the information itself. The beauty of the Quipu lies in its elegant simplicity coupled with its profound functionality. It was a tool perfectly suited to its environment and its users, a masterpiece of ancient information design. It makes you feel a pang of wistfulness for a time when data was tangible, something you could literally hold in your hands. No cloud storage needed, just a very strong string, and probably a small, comfortable pouch to carry your vital economic data around in. As the day turns towards afternoon, you find your mind returning to the Llama Census, that specific night high in the Andes. It was a microcosm of the entire Inca economic system, a tangible example of how their administrative genius translated into practical action. The collective effort, the precise counting, the meticulous knot tying, it all speaks to a society that valued order, efficiency, and the careful stewardship of its resources. It's a powerful reminder that history is often made in the quiet, diligent moments, in the seemingly mundane tasks that underpin grand empires. And for one extraordinary night, you were a silent witness to such a moment, forever changing your perception of ancient history and the remarkable capabilities of the human mind, even without the aid of a glowing screen. It makes you want to go out and count something, anything, just to feel a little bit of that ancient administrative power. Though perhaps starting with your own socks might be a more manageable first step. The lingering scent of your morning coffee has faded, replaced by the subtle aroma of your everyday environment, but the mental landscape of the Inca Andes remains vivid in your mind. You find yourself pondering the sheer artistry involved in creating and reading a Quipu. It wasn't just a technical skill, it was a craft, almost an art form. The precise spinning of the llama and alpaca wool, the careful dyeing of the cords in various colors, the meticulous tying of the knots, each step required a high degree of skill and dedication. The Quipu were not merely accountants. They were artisans of information, their creations both functional and aesthetically pleasing. Imagine explaining to a modern data entry clerk that their job involves spinning yarn and artistic knot tying. They might just quit on the spot. You recall the mainstream historical fact that the Inca used a decimal system for their numerical records on the Quipu. This is a crucial point, as it demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of mathematics. The position and type of knots indicated units, tens, hundreds, and so on, allowing for the recording of very large numbers. This mathematical foundation was essential for managing the vast resources of the empire, from populations to agricultural yields. It's a beautiful example of how abstract mathematical concepts were translated into a tangible physical system, and it highlights the intellectual prowess of the Inca, who developed this system independently of other major civilizations. It's a powerful reminder that mathematical innovation isn't exclusive to any one culture or region. Though, you do wonder if they ever accidentally added an extra knot and ended up with an imperial surplus of 100,000 llamas. That would be a good problem to have. The quiet, respectful atmosphere of the Llama Census comes back to you, the villagers moving with purpose, their faces reflecting a deep understanding of the task's importance. This wasn't just a bureaucratic chore, it was a communal ritual, an act of collective responsibility towards the well-being of the empire. The llamas themselves, surprisingly docile, seemed to understand their role in this ancient drama. This sense of shared purpose, of individual contributions building towards a greater good, was a hallmark of Inca society. It stands in stark contrast to the more individualistic tendencies of many modern cultures. There's a certain beauty in that collective spirit, a powerful reminder of what can be achieved when people work together towards a common goal. It almost makes you want to join a community llama counting initiative, almost. A quirky fringe theory suggests that the different types of knots on a quipu might have had not just numerical, but also phonetic or semantic values, effectively creating a logographic or syllabic writing system. While highly debated and unproven, this theory tantalizes with the possibility that the quipu were far more than just accounting tools, that they could have recorded the very language of the Inca. Imagine if each knot was a word or a part of a word, and by reading the knots, you could literally hear the ancient Inca speaking. It would revolutionize our understanding of their literature, their history, and their worldview. The pursuit of this decipherment is one of the great remaining challenges in archaeology and linguistics. It's like having a puzzle with a million pieces, and you're not even sure what the final picture is supposed to be. But you just keep going, because the potential reward is immense. You think about the fragility of the quipu as a record-keeping medium. Made of organic materials like cotton or wool, they were susceptible to decay, fire, and intentional destruction. Unlike stone tablets or papyrus scrolls, very few quipu have survived to the present day, and those that have are often damaged or incomplete. This fragility underscores the incredible loss of knowledge that occurred with the Spanish conquest. Many quipu were deliberately destroyed by the conquistadors, who saw them as pagan idols or simply didn't understand their significance. This act of cultural erasure represents an immeasurable loss to human history, leaving a gaping hole in our understanding of one of the world's most remarkable civilizations. It's like losing the entire internet, but only being able to recover a few random, knotted Ethernet cables. A true historical tragedy, though perhaps a blessing for any ancient archivist dreading storage space issues. The image of the Chasqui runners racing across the treacherous Andean landscape, carrying their precious quipu, is another enduring mental picture. These weren't just messengers. They were the living conduits of imperial information, their speed and endurance vital to the functioning of the Inca state. Their training was rigorous, their dedication unwavering. They were the human internet cables, ensuring that the central government remained connected to every corner of its vast empire. This reliance on human speed and stamina, rather than mechanical power, speaks to a different kind of technological sophistication, one built on the incredible capabilities of the human body. It makes you feel a little inadequate when you complain about your phone's battery life. They were literally running on pure human energy, and probably a lot of coca leaves for endurance. You reflect on the different ways civilizations have sought to understand and order their world. From the clay tablets of Mesopotamia to the papyrus scrolls of Egypt, from the numerical systems of ancient China to the Quipu of the Inca. Each culture developed unique methods of recording and transmitting knowledge. The Quipu stand out for their elegant simplicity and their remarkable effectiveness in a challenging environment. They force us to reconsider our own biases about what constitutes writing or advanced technology. The Inca proved that true advancement isn't just about complex machines. It's about intelligent design, efficient organization, and a deep understanding of fundamental principles. It's a powerful lesson in innovation, showing that sometimes the most effective solutions are the ones that are custom-built for their unique circumstances. Like if you were in the Andes, a laptop might be less useful than a good Quipu. As your day progresses, you find moments where the experience of the Llama Census surfaces in unexpected ways. Perhaps you're sorting papers, and you instinctively arrange them by size, mimicking the organization of Quipu chords. Or you're trying to remember a long list of items, and you imagine tying a mental knot for each one. The experience has subtly rewired your brain, adding a new dimension to your understanding of information and its myriad forms. It's a beautiful example of how history, when truly engaged with, can continue to teach and inspire long after the immediate experience has faded. And it all started with a seemingly simple task: counting llamas in the ancient Andes. Who knew that fluffy creatures could be such profound teachers of history and information science? Definitely not the llamas themselves, who probably just wanted to get back to their grass. The faint scent of ancient earth and llama wool has finally dissipated, replaced by the familiar aroma of your home. Yet the profound lessons of the Inca Llama Census continue to resonate deeply within you. You find yourself reflecting on the concept of permanence in record keeping. In our digital age, we grapple with the ephemeral nature of data, the cons. Need for backups, cloud storage, and migration to new formats. The Quipu, made of organic materials, were inherently fragile, yet they represented the empire's most crucial information. This fragility makes their survival, even in limited numbers, all the more precious, and underscores the immense loss of knowledge that occurred during the conquest. Historians still argue about the true number of Quipu that were lost or intentionally destroyed, but the consensus is that it was catastrophic. It's like losing entire digital libraries with no recovery possible, a historical black hole of information. You can almost hear the collective groan of ancient archivists if they knew their meticulous work would simply vanish. You recall the immense sense of communal responsibility that pervaded the Llama Census. It wasn't just individual villagers counting their own animals. It was a coordinated effort, a contribution to the larger imperial system. This collectivist ethos, where the welfare of the community and the empire often superseded individual desires, was a defining characteristic of Inca society. This mainstream historical fact, the emphasis on reciprocal labor (mida) and collective land ownership, stands in stark contrast to many other ancient empires that relied heavily on slavery or forced tribute. The Quipu, by tracking labor contributions and resource allocation, were instrumental in maintaining this unique social contract, ensuring a degree of equity and mutual support throughout the vast empire. It's a fascinating model, one that provokes thought about alternative approaches to societal organization. Imagine a world where your individual contributions were knotted onto a shared, tangible record for everyone to see. Perhaps that would encourage more collective tidiness. The intriguing scholarly debate about the Quipu's potential as a narrative form of writing continues to captivate your imagination. If those knots could indeed tell stories, then the Inca literary tradition, currently known only through Spanish chronicles, would be dramatically expanded. We might discover epic poems, historical accounts written from the Inca perspective, or even personal narratives that offer a glimpse into the everyday lives of ordinary people. The potential for such a discovery is immense, fueling ongoing research and inspiring new analytical approaches, including the use of advanced computer algorithms to search for hidden patterns in the surviving Quipu. It's the ultimate linguistic puzzle, a historical cipher waiting to be cracked. A quirky fringe theory even suggests that certain ceremonial Quipu might have encoded musical notations, allowing for the reconstruction of ancient Inca melodies. Imagine being able to listen to a song from centuries ago just by reading a series of knots. That would truly be a harmonious discovery. You reflect on the ingenuity of the Inca in developing a complex administrative system that was perfectly adapted to their environment. The Quipu, made from readily available materials like llama and alpaca wool, were lightweight, portable, and durable enough for transit across treacherous mountain passes. They didn't require complex tools for their creation or interpretation, only skilled human hands and minds. This adaptability and resourcefulness are remarkable, showcasing a deep understanding of their ecological and logistical constraints. It's a powerful lesson in practical innovation. Sometimes the best solution isn't the most technologically advanced, but the one that makes the most efficient use of available resources. It almost makes you want to cancel your cloud storage and start knitting all your important documents. Almost. The image of the Quipu, with his air of quiet authority and profound knowledge, has left an indelible mark. He was the linchpin of the Inca information system, a living embodiment of the empire's memory and its administrative intelligence. His role was not just to record, but to interpret, to synthesize, and to advise, ensuring that the data he managed served the practical needs of the state. This deep reliance on human expertise, rather than automated processes, underscores a fundamentally different approach to data management. It's a reminder that true intelligence lies not just in the accumulation of facts, but in the ability to understand their context, their implications, and their connections to the larger world. It makes you think about how many spreadsheets you've looked at where you had no idea what half the numbers truly represented. The Quipu would probably tut. You consider the absence of money in the Inca Empire and how the Quipu effectively functioned as their economic ledger. Every transaction, every labor contribution, every distribution of goods would have been recorded through these knotted cords. This required an incredibly granular level of detail and a highly sophisticated understanding of economic relationships. The Quipu were not just tallies. They were a living, dynamic representation of the empire's wealth and its flow. This unique monetary system, based entirely on managed resources rather than abstract currency, is a fascinating subject for economic historians. It challenges the notion that money is a prerequisite for complex economic organization. It's a powerful argument for thinking outside the box, or perhaps outside the coin purse. And it's certainly made tax season simpler. Just show up with your knotted contributions. The human element of the Llama Census, the brief moments of humor and the shared sense of purpose, continues to bring a smile to your face. It's a reminder that beneath the grand narratives of empires and the complexities of administrative systems, there are always human beings with their own small joys, their daily struggles, and their universal need for connection. The llama that tried to escape, the weaver's playful knot, These details ground the historical experience in a tangible, relatable reality. They make the distant past feel closer, more human, and less like a dry academic exercise. It's a beautiful thought that even in the midst of empire building, there was still room for a little ancient levity. And you can bet that somewhere, an Inca villager had a Quipu dedicated entirely to tracking how many times their neighbor borrowed their llama. Probably a very long Quipu. As the day begins to wane and the world outside prepares for night once more, you feel a quiet sense of satisfaction from your journey through the Inca world. The Llama Census, a seemingly simple event, has become a lens through which you've explored profound concepts of information, organization, economics, and human ingenuity. It's a powerful reminder that history is full of unexpected treasures, waiting to be discovered and reinterpreted. The Inca and their Quipu stand as a testament to the boundless creativity of the human mind, proving that sophistication doesn't always come in the form of microchips or complex machinery. Sometimes it's just a perfectly spun thread, a meticulously tied knot, and a deep understanding of the world around you. And with that, you can count, organize, and even govern an entire empire. What a truly incredible thought to end on. The quiet of your evening is punctuated by the subtle echoes of the Andean night, particularly the insistent yet gentle hum of the llamas. You find yourself continually drawn back to the sheer scale of the Inca Empire's data collection. Imagine a country today trying to conduct a nationwide census, not just of its human population, but of every single livestock animal, every crop yield, every tool, and every unit of labor, all recorded and transmitted without a single computer or even paper forms. The logistical undertaking alone is staggering. The Quipu were not merely accounting tools. They were the very bedrock of Inca statecraft, enabling a level of centralized control and resource management that was unparalleled in the ancient world. It's almost as if they had an ancient, organic big data system, meticulously compiled by hand, and probably with fewer data breaches, though you wouldn't want to lose the llama count. You recall the mainstream historical fact that the Inca's administrative divisions, from the smallest Ilu family unit to the largest Sayas quarters of the empire, were meticulously mapped and organized. The Quipu system mirrored this hierarchy, allowing data to be aggregated from local levels up to the imperial center at Cusco, and then disaggregated back down for local implementation of policies. This top-down and bottom-up flow of information was crucial for effective governance across such a vast and diverse territory. It demonstrates a highly sophisticated understanding of information architecture, centuries before the concept was formally defined. It's like they had a perfectly structured database, but instead of digital fields and tables, they had cords and knots, all flowing along the imperial road network, and probably a lot less lag time than your average modern server. The deep reliance on human memory and interpretative skill in the Quipu system continues to fascinate you. The Quipu were not just transcribers, they were active participants in the data lifecycle, from collection to analysis to dissemination. This personal engagement with information created a profound connection between the data and its meaning, something often lost in our automated, abstract digital world. Historians still debate the specific mnemonic techniques used by the Quipu to recall and interpret the vast amounts of information encoded in the Quipu. Were they simple mental associations, complex poetic devices, or perhaps a combination of both? The mystery only deepens the allure of these ancient data wizards. A quirky fringe theory suggests that certain Quipu might have been read aloud as rhythmic chants, with the cadence and intona. Tian helping to unlock the embedded information. Imagine a rapping accountant but ancient. Now that's a thought. You find yourself pondering the security of the Quipu system. In a world without encryption or digital firewalls, how did the Inca protect their vital information? The answer likely lies in the highly specialized knowledge of the Quipu themselves. Only those extensively trained could create, read, and interpret the complex knot patterns. This specialized knowledge acted as a natural form of security, making it difficult for unauthorized individuals to access or alter imperial data. It was a human firewall, a barrier of expertise rather than technology. Of course, this also made the system vulnerable to the loss of those skilled individuals, as tragically happened during the Spanish conquest. But in its time, it was remarkably effective. Imagine trying to hack into a system where the code is literally a series of wool knots and the expert is a person with decades of specialized training. That's a pretty robust security system, even if it looks a little fluffy. The sheer meticulousness of the Inca administrative process, exemplified by the Llama Census, speaks volumes about their culture. They were a people who valued order, precision, and efficiency. This wasn't just about managing resources. It was about maintaining cosmic balance, ensuring the harmony between humanity and Pachamama, Mother Earth. Every act of counting, every knot tied, was imbued with a sense of purpose and reverence. This integrated worldview, where the mundane was connected to the sacred, is a profound aspect of Inca civilization that sets it apart. It challenges our modern tendency to compartmentalize, to separate the practical from the spiritual. For the Inca, even counting llamas could be a sacred duty. Try telling that to your tax accountant. You think about the practical challenges of storing and managing such a vast physical archive of Quipu. While they were portable, imagine the sheer volume of cords generated by an empire of millions of people and countless resources. Dedicated storage facilities, likely staffed by additional Quipu and their apprentices, would have been necessary in Cusco and other major administrative centers. These would have been the ancient world's data centers, brimming with carefully preserved, knotted information. The mainstream historical fact that specialized state warehouses, known as calca, were used to store vast amounts of surplus goods like food, textiles, and tools, further underscores the Inca's logistical genius. It's likely that Quipu detailing the contents of these warehouses were meticulously maintained, ensuring precise inventory control. It's like a highly organized Amazon fulfillment center, but powered by llamas and knots. The memory of the peaceful, productive village life, interwoven with the grand imperial system, provides a sense of balance. The Llama Census, while an imperial directive, was carried out by local communities who understood its direct relevance to their own well-being. This sense of local participation within a centralized system is a nuanced aspect of Inca governance that historians continue to explore. It wasn't purely an oppressive top-down bureaucracy. There was an element of engagement and reciprocal benefit. The Quipu, in a way, served as a tangible link between the local and the imperial, a record of their contribution and their share in the collective prosperity. It's a beautiful thought that a shared language of knots could bind an empire together, from the humblest village to the grandest capital. It almost makes you want to start a communal knitting project with your neighbors, just to see what kind of data you could collectively record. As the light outside dims and the stars begin to appear, you feel a quiet appreciation for the complexity and ingenuity of the Inca. Your journey to the Llama Census has been a powerful reminder that human intelligence and organizational skill are boundless, capable of creating remarkable systems even within severe technological constraints. The Quipu, those unassuming yet incredibly potent knotted chords, stand as a testament to this truth. They challenge our modern assumptions about what constitutes advanced, and invite us to look for wisdom in unexpected places, even in the counting of fluffy animals in the high Andes. It's a beautiful thought to end your day on, a quiet hum in your mind that echoes the ancient world, filled with numbers, stories, and the enduring power of a single, well-tied knot. What an absolute delight it was to explore the deepest layers of ancient accounting. The deep comfort of your armchair is a stark contrast to the rough stone benches of the Inca administrative building, yet the quiet focus of the Quipu remains a powerful image in your mind. You find yourself contemplating the long-term impact of the Spanish conquest on the Quipu system, a tragic example of how a dominant culture can inadvertently or deliberately erase vast amounts of indigenous knowledge. The arrival of the Spanish effectively decapitated the Inca administrative structure, and without the continuous training of new Quipu and the destruction of many existing Quipu, the system quickly withered. It's a mainstream historical fact that this loss of information was catastrophic for understanding Inca history from their own perspective, leaving us to rely largely on biased Spanish chronicles. Imagine losing the entire digital history of a nation simply because a new regime didn't understand its value. A truly devastating cultural loss, a historical silence that continues to echo through the centuries, and probably a lot of confused llamas wondering where their quarterly census went. You recall the vibrant colors of the Quipu you imagined, the natural dyes used to tint the llama and alpaca wool. While the numerical value was determined by the knots, the color of the chords likely conveyed additional non-numerical information, such as the type of goods being recorded, the region of origin, or even the social status of the individuals involved. This multi-layered encoding system speaks to the incredible ingenuity of the Inca in maximizing the information density of their relatively simple medium. It's like having a spreadsheet where each column's color tells you something crucial about the data it contains, beyond just the numbers. This added complexity makes their potential decipherment even more challenging, yet also more tantalizing. Historians are still painstakingly analyzing the few surviving Quipu, looking for patterns in the colors and their correlation with the knots. It's a bit like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while blindfolded, but with invaluable historical data at stake. A quirky fringe theory suggests that the Quipu might have served a ceremonial or ritualistic purpose beyond mere record-keeping, perhaps being used in religious ceremonies to communicate with the gods or to invoke blessings for a good harvest. While hard evidence is scarce, it reflects the deep spiritual integration that permeated all aspects of Inca life. For a civilization that saw the natural world as imbued with sacred meaning, it's not a stretch to imagine that their vital administrative tools might also have held a spiritual significance. It adds a poetic layer to the mundane act of counting llamas, elevating it to something more profound. Imagine a grand procession where the Quipu carry their elaborately knotted chords, chanting prayers for abundance, their actions not just about statistics, but about cosmic harmony. It certainly makes your annual tax filing feel a little less spiritually uplifting. You contemplate the concept of big data in the Inca context. While not in the digital sense, The sheer volume of information collected, stored, and processed by the Quipu system was enormous. Tracking every aspect of an empire that spanned diverse ecological zones and supported millions of people required an incredible capacity for data management. The Inca achieved this through decentralization of collection, local Quipu in each community, and centralization of aggregation, major Quipu centers in Cusco and other administrative hubs. It's a sophisticated data pipeline, powered by human labor and meticulous organization, centuries before the invention of the computer. It makes you realize that the challenges of big data are not new, only the tools have changed. And frankly, the ancient Inca probably had fewer server crashes. The enduring scholarly debate about the narrative capabilities of the Quipu is perhaps the most tantalizing aspect of their mystery. If they truly encoded stories, laws, or historical chronicles, then a vast body of Inca literature awaits discovery. The challenge lies in finding a Rosetta Stone, a Quipu that has an accompanying translation in a known language, or in identifying consistent patterns that unlock their linguistic meaning. Until then, the Quipu remain a silent testament to a potentially lost literary heritage. It's like knowing there's an entire library behind a locked door, and you have no key. The suspense is almost unbearable for a historian. You can almost hear the whispered hopes and frustrations of researchers poring over these enigmatic chords, yearning to hear the ancient Inca speak directly to them. You think about the practical learning curve for a Quipu apprentice. It wasn't just about memorizing knot types. It was about understanding the context of the data, the nuances of regional variations, the specific conventions used in different types of Quipu. It required years of dedicated study, a profound intellectual commitment, and a tactile mastery of the medium. The transmission of this knowledge was entirely oral and by direct demonstration, passed down from master to apprentice through generations. This highlights the vital role of human mentorship in the preservation and continuation of knowledge in the ancient world. It's a very different model from our modern educational systems, where knowledge is often disseminated through textbooks and digital resources. Imagine your university degree relying solely on your ability to tie complex knots perfectly. You'd probably spend a lot more time practicing your finger dexterity. The llama, an unwitting participant in this grand administrative endeavor, remains a charming image. Their placid demeanor during the census, their soft hums filling the Andean night, they were not just livestock. They were living components of the imperial economy, their numbers and characteristics meticulously recorded for the benefit of the empire. Their very existence was intertwined with the functioning of the Inca state. It adds a certain warmth and organic quality to what might otherwise be a dry topic of ancient bureaucracy. It reminds you that even the most complex systems often have their roots in simple, tangible realities, like the presence of a fluffy, four-legged friend. You can almost hear an ancient Inca proverb, "A well-counted llama is a well-fed empire," or something along those lines. As the night deepens, you feel a quiet reverence for the Inca and their ingenious Quipu. Your journey to the Llama Census has broadened your perspective, allowing you to see history not just as a series of events, but as a tapestry of human invention, adaptation, and profound cultural wisdom. The Quipu stand as a powerful symbol of this wisdom, a reminder that brilliance can emerge in the most unexpected forms, and that the path to knowledge is not always through the written word, but sometimes through the silent language of knots. It's a beautiful thought, one that lingers as you drift towards sleep, carrying with you the whispers of an ancient empire and the faint, comforting hum of its most vital asset. What a wonderfully knotted tale it has been. The quiet of your surroundings is now a canvas against which the vibrant echoes of the Inca Empire continue to paint themselves in your mind. You find yourself thinking about the Inca concept of time and how it might have been reflected in their Quipu records. Unlike our linear, clock-driven understanding of time, many ancient cultures, including the Inca, had a more cyclical view tied to the rhythms of nature, the agricultural seasons, and the movements of celestial bodies. How would a census taken at a specific moment in a cyclical time frame be recorded on a Quipu? Would there be knots for the solstices, for the planting and harvesting seasons, perhaps even for the passage of significant astronomical events? It's a fascinating intellectual exercise, imagining a spreadsheet that flows with the seasons, rather than just ticking off days on a calendar. It adds a poetic, almost philosophical dimension to their record keeping. And you can almost hear a Quipu explaining, yes, this llama was born during the time of the Pleiades ascent, meaning it's particularly auspicious for wool production. You recall the sheer logistical challenge of the llama census in the first place, herding and counting thousands of animals in the dim light of torches. It speaks to a level of coordination and communal effort that is truly remarkable. This mainstream historical fact of Inca public works projects, like the vast road network and intricate irrigation systems, highlights their capacity for large-scale organization. The Llama Census was just one example of this pervasive organizational genius. The Quipu, by providing the necessary data for planning and execution, were indispensable to these monumental achievements. Without accurate counts of labor, materials, and resources, such projects would have been impossible. It's a powerful reminder that even in the absence of modern technology, human ingenuity and meticulous planning can achieve astonishing feats. It makes you think about how many spreadsheets go into building a modern skyscraper, and then imagine doing it all with just knots and runners. That's next-level project management. The scholarly debate about the Quipu's narrative capabilities continues to intrigue you. If they encoded historical accounts, then the Incas' version of their own past, unfiltered by the Spanish conquest, would be a treasure beyond measure. Imagine reading about the origins of their empire, the reigns of their Sapa Incas, and the great military campaigns, all directly from the knotted cords. This potential access to an indigenous voice is what drives much of the research, a quest to give the Inca back their own history. The challenge, of course, is the lack of a known key. It's like having access to a magnificent library filled with books in a language no one living can read. The tantalizing possibility of unlocking that knowledge is a constant source of fascination for scholars. A quirky fringe theory even suggests that certain Quipu might have been used for legal proceedings, with specific knots representing points of law or evidence presented in a case. Imagine a trial where the evidence is a meticulously knotted string. Your Honor, I submit this Quipu as Exhibit A, clearly showing 14 innocent llamas and one very guilty-looking alpaca. You find yourself appreciating the artistry involved in the creation of the Quipu. The choice of fiber, the spinning, the dyeing. These were not incidental steps, but integral to the overall meaning and functionality of the Quipu. The quality of the materials and the skill of the artisans would have directly impacted the clarity and longevity of the records. This integration of craft and information science is a beautiful aspect of Inca culture. It highlights a holistic approach to knowledge, where the creation of the record was as important as its content. It makes you think about the often overlooked craftsmanship involved in even our digital tools, the design of interfaces, the elegance of code. Perhaps we have more in common with the ancient Inca artisans than we realize, though you probably wouldn't refer to your coding as knotting a particularly elegant algorithm. The profound sense of trust in the Quipu system remains a significant point of reflection. These individuals held immense power, not through military might, but through their control of information. Their integrity was vital to the functioning of the empire. This reliance on human character and rigorous training, rather than technological safeguards, is a testament to the cultural values of the Inca. It forces us to consider the ethical dimensions of information management in a very direct way. What kind of society develops when information is held in such trusted, human hands? Perhaps a more accountable one, where errors or deception are immediately traceable to an individual, fostering a stronger sense of responsibility. It's a compelling thought, especially in an age of anonymous data breaches and algorithmic opacities. Imagine if every time a data error occurred, a Quipu had to stand up and personally explain the me's-tied knot. That might encourage more careful data entry. You think about the environmental harmony that characterized the Inca approach. Their methods of agriculture, their management of llama herds, and even their choice of materials for the Quipu, all reflected a deep understanding and respect for their Andean environment. The census wasn't just about counting resources for exploitation. It was about understanding the living balance of Pachamama and ensuring sustainable practices. This ecological awareness, embedded within their administrative system, is a powerful lesson for our own environmentally challenged world. It highlights how integral environmental stewardship can be to the long-term success and stability of a civilization. The mainstream historical fact of their innovative agricultural terraces, which prevented erosion and maximized food production on steep slopes, is a prime example of their harmonious relationship with nature. They truly engineered with the earth, not against it. The image of the young llama trying to escape during the census, a brief moment of lighthearted chaos, brings a smile to your face. It's a reminder that even in the most serious of endeavors, life finds a way to introduce a touch of humor. These small, humanizing details make the past feel less remote and more relatable. It reinforces the idea that human nature, in its fundamental aspects, remains constant across millennia. Whether it's a frustrated ancient Inca villager chasing a runaway llama, or a modern parent trying to get their cat into a carrier, some struggles are universal. And you can bet that the Quipu probably had a secret knot that simply meant, "Oh, for crying out loud, not again." Or, "This llama needs a serious talking to." As the evening draws to a close and you prepare to drift into sleep, the intricate world of the Inca continues to swirl in your thoughts. The Llama Census, a deceptively simple event, has become a gateway to understanding a complex and remarkable civilization. The Quipu, those silent storytellers of wool and knots, stand as a testament to human ingenuity, cultural values, and the timeless quest to organize and comprehend our world. It's a beautiful thought, knowing that such profound lessons can be found in the most unexpected corners of history, whispered across centuries by the soft hum of ancient llamas and the gentle rustle of forgotten chords. What a truly fascinating journey, full of surprising insights and fluffy revelations. The soft glow of your bedside lamp is a comforting presence, but your mind continues to wander through the silent, starlit nights of the Inca Andes. You find yourself contemplating the role of the Quipu in dispute resolution and legal administration, while much of the scholarly debate focuses on their numerical and potentially neurotic V functions. It's plausible that these knotted cords also played a part in recording legal agreements, land boundaries, or even the outcomes of judicial proceedings. In a society without formal written laws in the European sense, a standardized and verifiable record-keeping system would have been crucial for maintaining order and dispensing justice. Imagine a courtroom where the evidence is presented as a complex quipu. It's not meticulously deciphered by a judicial Quipu. It would certainly add a unique dimension to legal proceedings, far removed from our paper-laden, digital-heavy courtrooms. And perhaps it would have led to fewer frivolous lawsuits if every piece of evidence had to be literally tied down. You recall the profound sense of communal effort that defined the Llama Census, a testament to the Incas' deeply ingrained social structures. The Mita, or labor tribute system, a mainstream historical fact, was not simply forced labor. It was a reciprocal obligation, where communities contributed their labor to state projects in exchange for imperial support during times of need. The Quipu were essential for tracking these labor contributions, ensuring fairness and accountability across the empire. This system fostered a strong sense of collective identity and shared responsibility, a powerful antidote to the individualistic tendencies of many modern societies. It's a testament to the idea that economic systems don't have to be based on monetary exchange to be highly sophisticated and equitable. Imagine a society where your contribution to the common good was meticulously recorded on a public display of knotted cords. That might encourage a lot more volunteering. The intriguing scholarly debate about the Quipu's potential for narrative and historical record-keeping continues to resonate. If they contained chronicles of the Inca past, they would offer an invaluable indigenous perspective, free from the biases of Spanish chroniclers. This pursuit of the Inca voice is a driving force behind much of the Quipu research. Imagine reading firsthand accounts of the Sapa Inca's conquests, the founding myths of the empire, or the daily lives of ordinary people, all told through the silent language of knots. It's a tantalizing prospect, a historical treasure hunt of immense proportions. A quirky fringe theory even suggests that certain Quipu might have been used as educational tools, with the knots representing mnemonic devices for students learning history, mythology, or even advanced mathematical concepts. Imagine a knotted textbook, passed down through generations, each knot a lesson. That would certainly make rote memorization a bit more interesting, though perhaps harder to highlight. You find yourself captivated by the tactile nature of the Quipu system. In a world increasingly dominated by intangible digital information, the physicality of the Quipu offers a refreshing contrast. The act of touching the cords, feeling the different knot types, and tracing their arrangement must have created a unique sensory experience for the Quipu. This tactile engagement with data might have fostered a deeper, more embodied understanding of the information itself. It makes you wonder if we lose something when our data becomes purely visual and abstract. Perhaps there's a cognitive benefit to interacting with information on a physical level, a way of grounding knowledge in the real world. Imagine if your emails were actually little knotted strings you had to physically untie to read. You'd probably get a lot fewer spam messages. The adaptability of the Quipu system to different types of information, from numerical counts of llamas to potentially complex narratives, is a testament to its elegant design. It was a flexible, scalable system that could be used for a wide range of administrative and perhaps even cultural purposes. This versatility made it an indispensable tool for the Inca, allowing them to manage the intricacies of their vast and diverse empire. It challenges our modern assumptions about what constitutes a universal record-keeping system, demonstrating that innovation often arises from adapting available resources to specific needs. It's a reminder that sometimes the simplest tools, when applied with ingenuity, can achieve the most complex outcomes. Like how a simple string can hold the secrets of an empire and also help you tie your shoes. You think about the environmental context of the Llama Census, the high-altitude Andes, the crisp, thin air, the rugged terrain. The Inca were masters of their environment, not just surviving but thriving in challenging conditions. Their entire civilization was built on a profound understanding of their ecological niche, and their administrative systems, including the Quipu, reflected this deep connection to the natural world. The use of llama and alpaca wool, readily available and sustainable resources, for the Quipu, is another example of their ecological consciousness. It's a powerful lesson in sustainable living and governance, a reminder that true progress often involves working in harmony with nature, rather than seeking to dominate it. They were probably the original reduce, reuse, recycle proponents, but with more emphasis on the respin the wool for more Quipu part. The image of the Quipu as a figure of immense intellectual authority, a living repository of imperial data, continues to impress you. His mastery of the Quipu was not just a technical skill, it was a profound intellectual discipline, requiring memory, analytical ability, and the capacity for abstract thought. He was the human database, the central processing unit of the Inca information system. This deep reliance on individual human intellect, rather than external machines, is a striking feature of the Inca administrative model. It speaks to a different kind of technological sophistication, one rooted in the cultivation of human cognitive abilities. It makes you think about how much we outsource our memory and analytical tasks to machines today, and what, if anything, we lose in the process. Perhaps we need more Quipu in our own world, people who truly understand their data from the ground up, knot by knot. As the night deepens and your thoughts drift towards sleep, the echoes of the Inca Llama Census remain a vivid and inspiring presence. It's a powerful testament to the ingenuity and resilience of human civilization, a reminder that even without the tools we consider indispensable, remarkable achievements are possible. The Quipu, those humble yet profound knotted chords, continue to whisper their secrets across the centuries, inviting you to ponder the limitless possibilities of human invention and the enduring mystery of a truly extraordinary ancient world. What a truly intricate and thought-provoking journey it has been, full of valuable insights from the past. And it all started with a night spent counting fluffy, spitting animals under the Andean stars. The familiar hum of your refrigerator and the gentle murmur of your heating system are a quiet backdrop as your mind continues to replay the Andean night, particularly the sheer meticulousness of the Inca Llama Census. You find yourself pondering the concept of quality control in the Inca Quipu system. How did they ensure accuracy, given the potential for human error in tying thousands of knots and the lack of automated verification? While explicit historical records on this are scarce, it's highly probable that a system of checks and balances existed, perhaps involving multiple Quipu independently recording the same data, or senior Quipu auditing the work of their apprentices. This inherent need for accuracy in a system reliant on human hands and minds highlights the sophisticated organizational principles at play. It's a mainstream historical fact that the Inca valued precision and order, and this would have extended to their record keeping. Imagine if your spreadsheet had to be manually verified by 3 different people before it was considered final. That would certainly slow things down, but perhaps improve accuracy. You recall the fascinating scholarly debate about the Quipu's narrative capabilities. The idea that these knotted cords might encode epic poems, historical sagas, or legal codes, beyond just numerical data, is a captivating thought. If true, it would fundamentally alter our understanding of Inca literature and history, providing an indigenous perspective that has been largely lost. The search for a Rosetta Stone Quipu, a Quipu accompanied by a corresponding Spanish translation, remains the holy grail of Quipu research. Without it, unlocking the narrative content is akin to solving a complex cryptogram without a key. This enduring mystery fuels academic passion and continues to inspire new analytical techniques, including advanced statistical modeling and comparisons with surviving oral traditions. A quirky fringe theory even suggests that some Quipu might have been visual representations of astronomical patterns, charting the movements of celestial bodies that were crucial for Inca agriculture and religious ceremonies. Imagine a knotted star map, designed to be read by touch under the Andean night sky. A truly cosmic spreadsheet. You find yourself reflecting on the incredible human memory required to operate the Quipu system. The Quipu were not simply reading numbers off a string. They were recalling vast amounts of contextual information, connecting the knots to specific events, regions, and categories. Their minds were living databases, capable of synthesizing complex data from a tactile medium. This reliance on cultivated human memory, rather than external storage devices, represents a fundamentally different approach to information processing. It makes you wonder about the untapped potential of our own cognitive abilities in an age where we increasingly outsource memory to digital devices. Perhaps there's a neurological benefit to the constant exercise of memory required by a system like the Quipu. It's like a brain workout every time you needed to access information. Your brain would be incredibly strong, but your fingers might be a little tired. The intimate connection between the Inca and their natural environment, particularly the llamas, continues to resonate. The Llama Census wasn't just a bureaucratic task. It was an act of profound engagement with the very ecosystem that sustained their civilization. The animals provided wool, meat, and transport, and their well-being was directly linked to the prosperity of the empire. This symbiotic relationship, where humans and nature were seen as interconnected parts of a larger whole, is a powerful lesson in sustainable living. It stands in stark contrast to many modern societies that often view nature purely as a resource to be exploited. The Incas' deep ecological understanding was integrated into their administrative systems, making the Quipu not just tools of governance, but also instruments of environmental stewardship. It's a reminder that data can serve not just economic ends, but ecological ones as well. And you can bet the llamas probably appreciated being counted if it meant better management of their pastures. You consider the ethical implications of a system that relied so heavily on a select group of individuals for its information. The Quipu held immense power due to their specialized knowledge, and this power could theoretically have been misused. However, the strong communal ethos of Inca society and the rigorous training and oversight likely minimized such risks. The system was built on a foundation of trust and accountability, reinforced by cultural norms and the pervasive influence of the state. It's a fascinating case study in how to build an information system with integrity, even without the technological safeguards we rely on today. It raises the question of whether a more human-centric data system, reliant on individual character, might be more robust in some ways than one dependent on impersonal algorithms. Though it's also probably easier to bribe a human than a blockchain. The quiet discipline of the Llama Census, the rhythmic movements, the focused attention, it all speaks to a society that valued order and collective action. This level of societal organization, particularly impressive given the empire's vast size and diverse geography, was a key factor in the Incas' ability to thrive. The Quipu were the silent conductors of this grand symphony of governance, ensuring that every element played its part in harmony. It's a powerful reminder that even without the tools of modern communication and coordination, human societies can achieve astonishing feats of collective action through intelligent design and dedicated effort. It's almost enough to make you want to start a very organized, non-digital community project, perhaps involving a lot of string and some very patient volunteers. The image of the Chasqui runners racing across the Andean peaks with their precious Quipu remains an iconic symbol of Inca ingenuity. These human messengers were the lifelines of the empire, ensuring that vital information reached Cusco and that imperial directives were swiftly disseminated to the provinces. Their speed and endurance were legendary, a testament to the Incas' commitment to efficient communication. This human-powered communication network, perfectly integrated with the Quipu system, allowed the empire to respond rapidly to challenges and maintain centralized control over vast distances. It truly was an ancient information superhighway, built on muscle and meticulously knotted cords, and probably a lot of energy drinks, though probably made from local herbs. As the quiet of the night settles around you, and you prepare for sleep, the echoes of the Inca Llama Census resonate with a newfound depth. It's a powerful story of human intelligence, adaptability, and the timeless quest to organize and understand our world. The Quipu, those seemingly simple knotted cords, stand as a profound testament to a civilization that found ingenious solutions to complex problems, proving that innovation isn't solely the domain of advanced technology. It's a beautiful thought, knowing that such rich lessons from the past can still illuminate our present, whispering across centuries from the silent records of an ancient empire and the enduring hum of its most cherished animals. What a truly inspiring journey into the world of ancient data science. The gentle rhythm of your breathing matches the quiet hum of your room, but in your mind, the Andean wind still whispers, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and the ghost of a llama's soft breath. You find yourself contemplating the impact of the Quipu on Inca culture beyond just administrative and economic functions. While their primary role was certainly data management, it's plausible that their ubiquitous presence and intricate nature instilled a particular way of thinking, a cultural emphasis on order, precision, and the interconnectedness of information. Could the act of creating and interpreting Quipu have shaped the very cognitive processes of the Inca, fostering a unique kind of numerical and logical intelligence? It's a fascinating thought that a technology could subtly influence the very way a people think. It's a bit like how smartphones have undoubtedly changed our attention spans and information processing habits, but perhaps with a more tactile and memory-enhancing outcome. Imagine if learning to count meant mastering a physical, knotted language from childhood. You recall the mainstream historical fact that the Inca Empire was geographically vast and incredibly diverse, encompassing deserts, coastlines, high mountains, and jungle fringes. Managing such a disparate territory required not only efficient communication, but also a deep understanding of local conditions and resources. The Quipu system, by allowing for the collection and aggregation of data from all these different ecological zones, provided the central government with a comprehensive overview of its empire's strengths and vulnerabilities. This granular data was crucial for effective resource allocation, military planning, and the implementation of social welfare programs. It was a testament to their ability to collect, process, and act upon big data, long before the term was coined, all through human ingenuity and organic materials. It truly highlights the incredible logistics required to keep such a vast enterprise running smoothly, without the benefit of satellite imagery or digital maps. The scholarly debate about the Quipu's potential as a narrative and historical record continues to captivate you. If they encoded the Inca's own stories, myths, and historical narratives, then their decipherment would be one of the greatest archaeological breakthroughs of all time. It would provide an unparalleled opportunity to hear the Inca voice directly, unmediated by the perspective of their conquerors. The ongoing efforts by researchers, employing advanced computational analysis and drawing parallels with surviving oral traditions, are a testament to the enduring hope of unlocking these secrets. A quirky fringe theory suggests that certain Quipu might have been personal diaries or journals, recording individual experiences and reflections, offering a unique glimpse into the inner lives of the Inca. Imagine finding an ancient Inca equivalent of a blog post, but made of knotted string. That would be an incredibly intimate and groundbreaking discovery. Dear Quipu, today my llama refused to move. Again, I tried sweet talking it, then threats. Nothing. Maybe tomorrow. You find yourself pondering the role of abstraction in the Quipu system. While the knots were tangible, physical objects, they represented abstract concepts, numbers, categories, perhaps even ideas or narratives. The ability of the Inca to create and interpret these abstract representations in a physical medium is a sign of their advanced cognitive capabilities. It highlights the human capacity for symbolic thought, which is fundamental to all forms of writing and complex communication. The Quipu bridge the gap between the concrete and the abstract in a unique and elegant way, offering a physical manifestation of information that we usually experience in a purely mental or digital realm. It makes you wonder if our own reliance on purely abstract digital data sometimes disconnects us from the underlying realities it represents. Perhaps a bit more physical abstraction in our lives wouldn't go amiss. The quiet authority and profound knowledge of the Quipu continues to be a source of inspiration. He was not just a record keeper, but a guardian of knowledge, a cultural bridge between the tangible world of knots and the abstract world of information. His dedication and skill were fundamental to the empire's functioning, a testament to the power of human expertise and rigorous training. This emphasis on human intellect and memory, rather than external technological reliance, is a striking feature of the Inca system. It's a reminder that true processing power can come from the human mind itself, cultivated and honed through generations of practice. Imagine if the success of your entire career depended on your ability to remember thousands of knotted details and explain them lucidly to your boss. You'd probably become a memory champion in no time. You think about the ephemeral nature of the spoken word versus the enduring, if fragile, nature of the knotted cord. In a culture with a strong oral tradition, the Quipu might have served as a stable, verifiable reference point for information that was primarily transmitted verbally. This would have helped to standardize data, prevent misremembering, and provide a tangible record for future generations. It's a powerful combination of oral and tactile information, each reinforcing the other. The Quipu weren't just a replacement for writing. They were perhaps a complementary system, enhancing and preserving the rich oral culture of the Inca. It's like a physical backup drive for spoken history, but much more aesthetically pleasing than a USB stick. The subtle humor that occasionally surfaced during the Llama Census, the runaway llama, the weaver's playful knot, reinforces the humanity of the past. These small moments remind you that joy, frustration, and a touch of lightheartedness are universal human experiences, transcending time and cultural differences. It grounds the grand narratives of empire in the relatable realities of daily life, making the Inca feel less like abstract historical figures and more like real people with their own quirks and personalities. It's a comforting thought that even in the midst of meticulous data collection, there was still room for a little ancient chuckle. And you can almost hear the Quipu sighing dramatically as he added another knot to the escaped llama incident's Quipu. As the quiet of your room settles and the promise of sleep draws near, you reflect on the remarkable journey the Inca Llama Census has taken you on. It has broadened your understanding of what constitutes technology and information, and deepened your appreciation for the ingenious ways human societies have organized themselves throughout history. The Quipu, those unassuming yet profoundly powerful knotted cords, stand as a testament to the boundless creativity of the human mind, proving that innovation is not limited by our current technological paradigms. It's a beautiful thought, one that whispers from the depths of time, filled with numbers, stories, and the enduring wonder of a civilization that built an empire on trust, meticulousness, and the simple elegance of a well-tied knot. What an incredibly enriching historical experience. The stillness of your bedroom is a peaceful contrast to the bustling, torchlit plaza of the Inca Llama Census, but the echoes of that ancient night persist in your mind, particularly the sophisticated administrative structure that the Quipu enabled. You find yourself contemplating the role of the Quipu in the Inca's extensive tribute system. As a mainstream historical fact, conquered peoples and communities within the empire were required to provide tribute to the state, not in currency, but in labor, agricultural products, textiles, and other goods. The Quipu were absolutely essential for meticulously recording these contributions, ensuring fairness, tracking compliance, and managing the vast flow of resources into imperial storehouses. It was a complex system of taxation and resource management, all without a single coin changing hands, and utterly dependent on those knotted cords. Imagine your annual tax return being a large, elaborately knotted piece of wool. That might make you a little more careful with your deductions. You recall the fascinating scholarly debate about the Quipu's narrative capabilities and its implications for understanding Inca literature and history. If these cords truly encoded stories and historical events, then the destruction of so many Quipu during the Spanish conquest represents an immeasurable loss, a silencing of the indigenous voice. The ongoing efforts to decipher them are not just an academic exercise. They are a quest to recover a lost heritage, to restore a missing chapter in human history. The tantalizing possibility of unlocking those narratives keeps researchers poring over every surviving knot. A quirky fringe theory suggests that the Quipu might have been used in a form of ancient data visualization, where the arrangement of the chords, their colors, and the density of the knots conveyed meaning beyond just the numerical values, perhaps representing spatial relationships or trends over time. Imagine a knotted bar chart, but visually and tactually compelling, telling a story about population growth or agricultural yields. A truly organic infographic. You find yourself appreciating the ingenuity of using a tactile medium like knotted chords for record keeping. In an age where information is increasingly digital and intangible, the Quipu offer a refreshing reminder of the power of physical interaction with data. The act of feeling the knots, tracing their patterns, and interpreting their meaning would have created a deep, embodied connection to the information. It makes you wonder if our reliance on purely visual interfaces sometimes diminishes our engagement with the underlying data. Perhaps a more multisensory approach to information could enhance understanding and retention. Imagine learning a complex subject by physically manipulating knotted chords, rather than just reading from a screen. It might just be more engaging, though perhaps less portable for your morning calm. Mute. The quiet dedication of the Quipu, his focused movements as he manipulated the chords, continues to be a powerful image. He was not merely a clerk. He was a master of information, a keeper of imperial memory, and a vital link in the chain of governance. His expertise and integrity were paramount, for upon his accurate records rested the well-being of millions. This reliance on highly skilled human intellect, rather than automated systems, speaks to a different kind of technological sophistication, one rooted in the cultivation of human potential. It's a powerful reminder that true intelligence in a system comes from the minds that design and operate it, not just the machinery involved. Imagine if your company's entire database relied on one person's ability to recall every single detail from memory. You'd probably make sure they had really comfortable chairs and an endless supply of chicha. You think about the environmental consciousness of the Inca, evident in their choice of materials for the Quipu, sustainable llama and alpaca wool. Their entire civilization was built on a foundation of respect for Pachamama, Mother Earth, and their administrative systems were designed to operate in harmony with their natural environment. The Llama Census itself was an act of responsible stewardship, ensuring the health and productivity of these vital animals. This deep integration of ecological principles into governance is a profound lesson for our modern world, highlighting how essential environmental sustainability is for long-term societal stability. It's a beautiful thought that even in the mundane act of counting, there was an underlying reverence for the natural world. They were probably the original green accountants, long before it was fashionable. The image of the disciplined, communal effort during the census reinforces the unique social structure of the Inca. The emphasis on collective labor and mutual support, rather than individual accumulation of wealth, fostered a strong sense of community and shared purpose. The Quipu, by tracking contributions and distributions, were instruments of social cohesion, ensuring that everyone played their part and everyone benefited from the collective endeavor. It's a fascinating model of societal organization, challenging many of our assumptions about economic systems and human motivation. It makes you wonder if a little more ancient communal spirit and a few more well-tied Quipu might improve our own modern societies. Probably not the llamas, though. The sheer logistical feat of managing an empire of millions, spread across a vast and challenging geographical landscape, without the aid of modern technology, continues to amaze you. The Inca achieved this through a brilliant combination of human ingenuity, sophisticated social organization, and their remarkably effective Quipu system. From tracking agricultural yields to mobilizing armies, the Quipu provided the critical data needed for every aspect of imperial administration. It's a testament to the boundless capabilities of human creativity when faced with complex challenges. It's like building an ancient supercomputer out of wool and human brains, capable of running an entire empire, and probably with fewer viruses than your average laptop. As the quiet of your home deepens into the late hours, and you prepare to finally drift into a deeper sleep, the echoes of the Inca Llama Census remain a vibrant and inspiring presence. It's a powerful story of human intelligence, adaptability, and the timeless quest to organize and understand our world. The Quipu, those unassuming yet profoundly powerful knotted cords, stand as a testament to a civilization that found ingenious solutions to complex problems, proving that innovation isn't solely the domain of advanced technology. It's a beautiful thought, one that whispers from the depths of time, filled with numbers, stories, and the enduring wonder of a civilization that built an empire on trust, meticulousness, and the simple elegance of a well-tied knot. What a truly insightful and unforgettable journey. The gentle hum of your home now feels like a distant echo, as your mind is once again transported to the crisp, thin air of the Inca Andes, specifically to the unique insights the Llama Census offered into the Inca understanding of statistics and data representation. They didn't have spreadsheets in the digital sense, but their Quipu were highly sophisticated statistical tools, capable of recording not just raw counts, but also totals, subtotals, and perhaps even averages or rates of change. The hierarchical structure of the Quipu, with main chords and subsidiary chords, allowed for complex aggregation and disaggregation of data, much like pivot tables in modern software. This demonstrates a remarkably advanced grasp of statistical principles, applied through a tactile, organic medium. It's a mainstream historical fact that the Inca used a decimal system for counting, which further underscores their mathematical sophistication. Imagine explaining data analytics to someone who only understands it through knots. You'd probably need a lot of string. You recall the enduring scholarly debate about whether the Quipu contained narrative or non-numerical information. If they did, it would mean that the Inca had a unique form of writing, distinct from phonetic or logographic systems. This possibility challenges our conventional definitions of literacy and communication, forcing us to consider broader interpretations of how information can be encoded and transmitted. The ongoing research to decipher any narrative content is a monumental task, but the potential rewards, a direct window into the Inca worldview, are immeasurable. A quirky fringe theory even suggests that certain Quipu might have been seed Quipu, used to store genetic information about plants or animals, a kind of ancient bioinformatics system. While highly speculative, it speaks to the incredible ingenuity attributed to the Inca and the vast, still undiscovered potential of these mysterious chords. Imagine a knotted DNA sequence charting the lineage of a prized llama. That would certainly be a unique genealogical record. You find yourself appreciating the implicit trust and accountability built into the Quipu system. Unlike our often anonymous digital transactions, every knot tied by a Quipu was a direct act of recording, tied to an individual's reputation and skill. This personal accountability likely fostered a high degree of accuracy and integrity within the system. There were no hidden algorithms or black boxes. The data was literally in the hands of trained, responsible individuals. This human-centric approach to data management stands in stark contrast to our modern reliance on distributed, often opaque systems. It makes you wonder if a little more personal accountability in data handling might lead to greater public trust. Though, you probably wouldn't want your personal bank balance publicly displayed on a very long knotted cord. The llama, that patient and unassuming participant in the Inca census, remains a charming presence in your mental landscape. Their critical role in the Inca economy, providing wool, meat, and transport, made their meticulous counting not just a bureaucratic task, but a vital act of imperial resource management. The Inca's deep understanding of these animals, their needs, and their productivity was reflected in the detailed records kept on the Quipu. This harmonious relationship with their livestock, and indeed with their entire natural environment, speaks to a profound ecological awareness that was integrated into every aspect of their society. It's a powerful lesson in sustainable living and the interconnectedness of all things. You can almost imagine an ancient Inca proverb. A single knot records a single llama, but 1,000 knots sustain 1,000 lives. Or something equally profound and fluffy. You think about the sheer ingenuity of developing such a complex and effective information system without the benefit of formal written language or modern technology. The Inca's ability to innovate within their constraints, utilizing readily available materials like wool and their remarkable understanding of mathematics and organization, is truly inspiring. The Quipu were a bespoke solution, perfectly adapted to their environment and their societal needs. This stands as a powerful reminder that advanced technology isn't just about microchips and circuits. It's about intelligent design, problem solving, and the creative application of available resources. It makes you reconsider what progress truly means, and whether our own technological advancements always lead to greater wisdom or simply greater complexity. The quiet discipline and communal effort observed during the Llama Census continue to resonate. It wasn't just a handful of Quipu working in isolation. It was a collective endeavor involving many villagers, all contributing to the accuracy of the records. This spirit of cooperation and shared responsibility was a hallmark of Inca society, contrasting with more individualistic or hierarchical models. The Quipu, in a way, became a tangible symbol of this collective effort, a physical manifestation of the communal bond that held the empire together. It's a beautiful thought that data collection could be a community-building exercise, rather than a solitary, spreadsheet-filled chore. The image of the Chasqui runners traversing the formidable Andean terrain with their vital knotted messages brings a vivid sense of dynamism to the Inca information network. These human conduits ensured the rapid flow of data, allowing the central government to make timely decisions and maintain control over its vast empire. Their speed and endurance were legendary, a testament to the Inca's commitment to efficient communication, even without modern technology. Eichel AIDS. It truly was an ancient information superhighway, powered by human muscle and meticulous organization, and far more scenic than your average fiber optic cable. and probably required fewer technicians to fix a broken connection, just a well-trained first aid kit. As the quiet of the night deepens and you prepare for sleep, the echoes of the Inca Llama Census linger, a powerful reminder of a civilization that achieved remarkable feats of organization and information management, with tools that seem impossibly simple to our modern eyes. The Quipu, those unassuming yet profoundly powerful knotted cords, stand as a testament to the boundless creativity of the human mind, proving that ingenuity is not limited by technology, but by imagination and necessity. It's a beautiful thought, one that whispers from the depths of time, filled with numbers, stories, and the enduring wonder of a civilization that built an empire on trust, meticulousness, and the simple elegance of a well-tied knot. What an incredibly insightful and inspiring journey into the heart of ancient data. The lingering images of the Inca Llama Census, particularly the quiet diligence of the Quipu, continue to weave their way through your thoughts as you settle into the profound stillness of the evening. You find yourself contemplating the Incas' understanding of inventory management and resource allocation, principles that were utterly dependent on the Quipu. Imagine managing a vast empire's entire supply chain, from agricultural yields and mineral resources to textile production and tool manufacturing, without any written ledgers or digital databases. The Quipu served as the central inventory system, allowing the state to track surpluses, identify deficits, and strategically redistribute goods to ensure the well-being of its population and the functioning of its military. This level of sophisticated logistics, achieved with such seemingly simple tools, is a mainstream historical fact that continues to astound modern economists and supply chain experts. It's like running a multinational corporation using only intricately knotted strings, and probably with fewer last-mile delivery issues, thanks to those dedicated chasqui runners. You recall the ongoing scholarly debate about the Quipu's potential for narrative content, a mystery that holds the key to unlocking the true breadth of Inca intellectual and cultural life. If these knots could tell stories, then a vast, undiscovered body of indigenous literature awaits decipherment, offering unparalleled insights into Inca myths, oral traditions, and historical perspectives. The tantalizing possibility of hearing the Inca voice directly, unmediated by colonial interpretations, is a driving force for researchers worldwide. A quirky fringe theory even suggests that some Quipu might have been used to encode musical scores or choreographic sequences for ritual dances, providing a unique insight into the performing arts of the Inca. Imagine a knotted symphony, waiting to be played again after centuries of silence. That would be a truly harmonious rediscovery, though perhaps a bit difficult to read the sheet music. You find yourself appreciating the inherent stability and resilience of a system built on tactile, human-centric interactions. In a world susceptible to power outages, cyber attacks, and data corruption, the Quipu system, while vulnerable to physical destruction, was immune to many of the digital fragilities we face today. Its reliance on human memory, specialized training, and shared cultural understanding created a robust and self-correcting mechanism. There were no system crashes, no software bugs, just the occasional mise-tied knot that a diligent Quipu would likely catch and correct. This resilience in the face of environmental and societal challenges is a powerful testament to the wisdom of their design. It makes you wonder if, in our relentless pursuit of technological advancement, we've sacrificed some fundamental aspects of stability and human reliability. Perhaps a few more physical backups wouldn't hurt. The profound dedication and immense responsibility of the Quipu continue to leave a deep impression. These were not mere clerks. They were intellectual titans, entrusted with the empire's most vital information. Their integrity, their memory, and their analytical skills were the very backbone of Inca governance. This reliance on cultivated human intellect, rather than external machinery, emphasizes a different kind of technological prowess, one focused on enhancing human cognitive abilities. It's a powerful reminder that the most sophisticated technology can often be the human mind itself, when properly trained and leveraged. Imagine a world where your most advanced data processing unit was simply a very brilliant, very dedicated person. That would certainly put a lot more emphasis on education and training, perhaps even more than an endless supply of ergonomic chairs and coffee. The subtle yet profound connection between the Inca and their natural world, embodied by the llamas, continues to resonate. The census was not just about counting animals. It was an act of understanding and managing a living, breathing component of their ecosystem. The Incas' sustainable agricultural practices, their careful management of animal populations, and their utilization of natural materials for the Quipu, all speak to a deep ecological awareness that was integral to their civilization. This harmonious relationship with nature, woven into the very fabric of their administrative systems, offers powerful lessons for our own time. It's a beautiful thought that the act of governing an empire could be so deeply intertwined with ecological stewardship. You can almost imagine an ancient Inca environmental report presented on a beautifully dyed quipu, detailing the health of the Andean ecosystem. The communal aspect of the Llama Census, the shared effort and mutual trust, paints a picture of a society where individual contributions were seamlessly integrated into a larger collective purpose. The Quipu, by providing a transparent and verifiable record of these contributions, fostered a strong sense of shared responsibility and collective well-being. It's a fascinating model of social organization, challenging our modern notions of individualism and competition. It makes you wonder if a more visible, tangible record of collective effort might encourage greater participation and a stronger sense of community in our own societies. Though, you might draw the line at having your personal consumption habits recorded on a publicly accessible knotted cord. The sheer scale of the Inca Empire and the administrative brilliance required to govern it without the benefit of written language or modern technology remains a source of enduring awe. The Quipu were the key to this success, allowing for centralized control, efficient resource management, and rapid communication across vast and challenging terrain. They were a testament to the power of human ingenuity, organization, and adaptive innovation. It's a powerful reminder that the path to societal advancement is multifaceted, and that solutions can emerge from unexpected places, even from the simple act of tying knots. It's like they invented their own version of the internet, but powered by wool and human runners, and probably much less prone to pop-up ads. As the quiet of the night envelops you, and you prepare to drift into a deep sleep, the echoes of the Inca Llama Census gently recede, leaving behind a profound sense of wonder and inspiration. It's a powerful story of a civilization that built an empire on trust, meticulousness, and the simple elegance of a well-tied knot, proving that true sophistication lies not in the complexity of tools, but in the brilliance of the human mind. It's a beautiful thought, one that lingers as you close your eyes, filled with the numbers, stories, and the enduring mystery of an ancient world, and the faint, comforting hum of its most cherished animals. What an incredibly insightful and unforgettable historical journey. The final tendrils of the Inca night gently unwind in your consciousness, leaving behind a profound stillness, a sense of deep appreciation for the ingenious systems of the past. You find yourself contemplating the Incas' understanding of knowledge management and how the Quipu served as their primary repository of collective memory. Unlike modern digital archives, which require constant maintenance and technological upgrades, the Quipu relied on a continuous chain of human knowledge transmission, passed from Quipu to apprentice through generations. This created a living, breathing archive, constantly reinterpreted and recontextualized by new minds, even as the core information remained stable. It's a mainstream historical fact that the Spanish conquest resulted in a devastating loss of this living knowledge, as the chain of transmission was broken, and many Quipu were deliberately destroyed. It's like losing not just the books in a library, but all the librarians who knew how to read them. A truly incalculable intellectual and cultural tragedy. You recall the persistent scholarly debate about the Quipu's capacity for narrative and historical records, the tantalizing possibility that these knotted cords hold the key to understanding the Incas' own version of their past. If ever deciphered, these narratives would offer an unparalleled glimpse into their cosmology, their societal values, their artistic expressions, and their daily lives, direct from the source. This ongoing quest to unlock the Quipu's secrets is a testament to the enduring power of historical inquiry and the human desire to understand lost civilizations. A quirky fringe theory even proposes that the Quipu might have been used for complex cryptographic purposes, encoding secret messages that only a select few Quipu could interpret. Imagine an ancient spy network transmitting coded messages through meticulously tied knots. That would certainly add a layer of thrilling intrigue to the already mysterious Quipu. You find yourself appreciating the tactile engagement with information that the Quipu system necessitated. In an increasingly abstract and screen-dominated world, the idea of literally feeling your data, tracing the patterns of knots with your fingertips, offers a refreshing contrast. This physical interaction likely fostered a deeper connection to the information, rooting it in sensory experience and aiding memory. It makes you wonder if our digital detachment from data sometimes leads to a superficial understanding, a disconnect from its real-world implications. Perhaps a little more physical interaction with our information could lead to a more profound understanding. Imagine if your financial statements were a series of tangible knots you had to physically count. You might become very good at budgeting, or very good at knot tying, or both. The quiet dedication and immense responsibility of the Quipu continues to be a source of profound admiration. These individuals were the living embodiments of the empire's memory and its administrative intelligence. Their rigorous training, impeccable memory, and unwavering integrity were the pillars upon which the entire Inca system rested. This deep reliance on cultivated human intellect, rather than external technological reliance, emphasizes a different kind of advanced civilization, one that prioritized the development of human cognitive abilities. It's a powerful reminder that the most sophisticated tools are often those that empower and enhance human capabilities, rather than replacing them entirely. Imagine if our data scientists were trained for decades to remember entire databases in their heads, rather than just knowing how to query them. That would be a truly impressive, if somewhat demanding, career path. The gentle image of the llamas, those silent participants in the census, remains endearing. Their integral role in the Inca economy, providing essential resources and transport, made their meticulous counting a vital act of imperial stewardship. The Incas' deep ecological awareness, reflected in their sustainable agricultural practices and their harmonious relationship with their livestock, was interwoven with their administrative systems. This integrated worldview, where the mundane act of counting was connected to the sacred balance of Pachamama, offers timeless lessons for our own environmentally challenged world. It's a beautiful thought that even in the precision of data collection, there was an underlying reverence for the natural world. You can almost imagine an ancient Inca sustainability report presented on a vibrant, multicolored quipu, detailing the health of the ecosystem and the responsible management of their llama herds. The communal aspect of the Llama Census, the shared effort and mutual trust, paints a vivid picture of a society where individual contributions seamlessly fed into a larger collective purpose. The Quipu, by providing a transparent and verifiable record of these contributions, fostered a strong sense of shared responsibility and collective well-being. It's a fascinating model of social organization, one that challenges many of our modern assumptions about economic systems and societal drivers. It makes you wonder if a more tangible, shared record of collective effort might encourage greater participation and a stronger sense of community in our own societies. Though, you might draw the line at having your personal carbon footprint meticulously knotted onto a publicly accessible cord. The sheer scale of the Inca Empire and the administrative brilliance required to govern it without the benefit of written language or modern technology continues to inspire a profound sense of awe. The Quipu were the undisputed key to this success, allowing for centralized control, efficient resource management, and rapid communication across vast and challenging terrain. They stand as a powerful testament to the boundless ingenuity of human creativity, organization, and adaptive innovation. It's a powerful reminder that the path to societal advancement is multifaceted, and that profound solutions can emerge from the most unexpected places, even from the simple act of tying knots. It's like they built their own version of the internet, but powered by wool and human runners, and thankfully, far less prone to algorithmic biases. As the deep quiet of the night truly settles around you, and your eyelids grow heavy, the echoes of the Inca Llama Census gently recede into the realm of cherished memory. It's been a journey of discovery, revealing a civilization of remarkable intelligence and profound wisdom. The Quipu, those unassuming yet endlessly fascinating knotted cords, stand as a testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity, proving that true sophistication lies not in the complexity of tools, but in the brilliance of the human mind and its boundless capacity for creation. It's a beautiful thought to end on, one that whispers from the depths of time, filled with numbers, stories, and the enduring wonder of an ancient world. May your dreams be filled with fluffy llamas, meticulously tied knots, and the quiet satisfaction of a world beautifully counted. Sleep well. So, as the last words of our journey fade into the quiet of your room, let your mind release the intricate details of Inca Quipu and the vastness of the Andean peaks. Allow the soft hum of those ancient llamas to become a gentle lullaby, carrying you deeper into a peaceful slumber. The meticulous counts, the quiet dedication of the Quipu Kamyok, the very fabric of that organized empire, can now dissolve into the soft edges of your dreams. There's no more need to count, No more need to analyze. Simply let the images of intricate knots and vast, starlit skies melt away. Feel the warmth of your covers, the comfortable embrace of your bed, a safe and quiet haven after your journey through time. The past has settled, its stories told, its mysteries preserved for another night. All the information is secure, neatly tucked away in the annals of history and in the quiet corners of your own mind. There's nothing left to do but breathe deeply, slowly, letting each exhale release any lingering thoughts or worries. The world is calm, the stars are bright, and you are exactly where you need to be, drifting into a peaceful and restorative sleep. Let the hum of contentment fill your space, a gentle whisper from a forgotten age, assuring you that all is well. Good night.